to like, subscribe,
and obey.
Coca-Cola to clean industry-grade grease and grime off of heavy machinery.
Oh, yeah.
My point is, in today's day and age, we know all of this is bad for us. We know how to combat it with diets and exercise, so you're not going to convince anyone of anything because we already know.
Right. But if you give them the ugly truth, the whole shit moment, it might actually get people to stop and think.
That's what I'm saying, though. We've already had... I don't know anybody in my life that doesn't know how bad Coke and McDonald's is.
There's a lot of skit humor out there that very specifically points it out. One that I've seen fairly recently for like the umpteenth billion time is like a little comic short that's 30 seconds, and it's just, I can't believe we watched that documentary on how chicken nuggets are made, and then the other person going, I can't believe this won't change my eating habits, because it is so well known at this point. Also, we've been live for a hot minute now, for a minute, almost 2 minutes now.
Oh, nice. We're live?
Yeah, we've been live for about 2 minutes.
Oh, shit, well...
I was just letting you go. Like, that's the thing, is it sounds like your assignment is literally to get in there and find a way to make an argument that would change people's minds in a society where we already know it's bad. Like, that's going to be what makes this assignment hard, is you have to figure out how to get people to change their minds about something they already know the ugly truth about.
Right.
But, so, my point, I guess, is if this is an assignment where you have to, like, are you writing a paper on this?
So I'm doing a presentation on.
Okay, and the assignment is to find an argument to why people should stop eating fast food?
Yeah. That's kind of what it is, but it's more like getting people to stop the fast food?
Well, no. I mean, they're not going to assign you to literally get people to stop. They're going to assign you to have an argument to do so.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, I would just go with the facts like they were saying earlier. Caloric intake, how high it is and how concentrated it is, how much is produced chemically rather than organically, yada yada.
Yeah, it sounds like you have like everything there. You just need to put it together as an argument now on paper.
Right.
So, but yeah, we are live, so we'll move on. We'll move on to that.
Thanks, guys, for helping. Like,
you're welcome.
Really input. Yeah, but if you can find me articles, yeah, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Chocopos Moogles, thank you for joining us, and thank you for sitting through that little discussion in an attempt to help Star with her homework right now. We have a whole bunch of people that are going to be late. Nick, or Dylan, Maya, Justin, they're all running a bit behind at the moment. Anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour. We'll see how late each one is individually. So, anyone that's here, though, do you want to try doing the recap?
I did not listen to the last episode. That's my fault.
It's also been a couple of weeks, so...
Well, plus, like, I've just had a long couple of weeks. It's been rough.
I feel that. Air five.
Right. Yeah. To, you know, all the lovely U.S. peeps, happy 4th of July. It's about as far as I normally go into the holiday. Just because somehow it's become a very controversial holiday celebrating the independence of the U.S., and that's controversial to U.S. individuals, And that's because certain groups have chosen to make the day about specific political matters within the
I
country
agree.
versus
I definitely agree.
letting the specific problems stay separate of the holiday celebrating independence, which there are some issues behind our independence as it is. I'm not going to try to deny that.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, as far as what happened last time, we had a lot of distractions getting through it. Things took a bit, so we didn't get a ton done. But essentially, we started off with where Wrath was taking over Watch, walked out with Lyramar, and everyone got to see, like, Lyramar has new armor, new weapons, that sort of stuff, and for whatever reason, the ring to summon patches worked for to get things for Lyramar, but didn't work for the rest of you, as if the creator of this world is fickle and forgetful about the rules. You know, I'm only human. Watch went pretty alright. You could hear the voices in the distance, and when everyone got going for the day, Captain Flowers decided to just kind of run out the door and slide on the ice, almost slams into the wall, almost gets hit by ice falling from the ceiling as he cracked it with his heavy footsteps. Everyone proceeded on back kind of up towards where they found Twilight the second time, but where the tunnel had split, instead of going right down where they had found Twilight before, everyone went left. And down that path, you found massive mounds of living flesh covered in mouths and eyes and some tentacles, and they were all spouting gibberish about any number of real-world things, fake things. They were replying as if they had different nationalities in regards to what people were doing. The gibbering mouths were just that, gibbering mouths. They were insane mounds of flesh. After those were all finally defeated, you discovered the vein of Tetracite running through the cavern. Some time was taken to collect a whole bunch of that. And then before everyone really left, not that anyone really looked into this particular matter, but the cavern had been at least 100 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas outside of that, in the tunnels, it was like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And Captain Flowers and Tempest, both their hands are from the cold and from the amount of time that was spent sitting there. They have neg 2 decks, neg 2 on dex checks that use their hands until they finish getting warmed up. And Nick tried to collapse the cavern in the hopes of separating it from the rest of the tunnels. In doing so, a lot of water, apparently from a pond up above, came crashing down into this cavern, as well as 3 gelatinous cubes and 2 flail snails, so that we open up this session with yet another combat. Because we have not had a chance to rest either.
Nope.
So yeah, there's our recap of everything. And we can sit here and we can just chill and talk for a bit in the hopes that someone else shows up, or we can get moving on this.
Let's get moving.
It's up to you, because we can legit just sit around and chit chat with each other and anyone who may appear in chat while chat has appeared, if only.
I'm fine with moving on. Getting started.
Alright. Then we can go ahead and get some initiatives rolled, if that's going to be the case.
How many people are here?
3 of the 6 of you are here currently.
Yeah, we totally got
And you do have Liramar as well, and everyone else being NPC'd is technically still there, or they can just have a moment where they're not quite aware of the situation. They're out of it, which would make sense for Captain Flowers and Tempest, who are sitting there with freezing hands and may not be totally aware of what's going on.
God damn that initiative roll, though.
Who?
Me.
Oh, me too.
Pius got a 21.
Highest in Pius's career.
Yeah, alright. Twilight, get us that initiative roll. What'd Wrath get?
22.
22. And are we rolling Liramar separate?
He rolled a 6.
Rolled a 6. Do.
Solid, Twilight.
Twilight got a total 20.
Nice.
And our bad guys got some natural 2s.
Fuck yeah. They're gonna be
natural
dead before
4.
we fucking sneeze.
Let's see. Flail snails have a -3. And the gelatinous cubes have a -4.
Oof.
So that's a total 1 for all of them. They got a total 1 on their initiative, regardless of which one it is.
That is dope.
Yeah, and at the moment, Nick, Captain Flowers, Tempest, and Mecha Gojira all seem to be fairly not so much confused, but distracted, as if they're not about to get in combat with all of you. Like, they're trying to deal with their own shit. So that leaves Wrath going first. Y'all are kind of at the edge of the tunnel, well, about 10 feet back from the entrance of the cavern, so you're about 40 feet away from the general mob.
Okay. Are they scattered out, or are they...
They're all fairly close to each other. Each one of them is within at least 10 feet of another one. So it's like the 2 snail flails in the back, and then there's like a gelatinous cube in the center of this, almost a circle, and then 2 gelatinous cubes up front.
Okay. I'm gonna cross their circle if I can move to get into position. And I'd prefer to get away from my friends as well. What's the range on that?
So it will take 40 feet of movement to get up to those first gelatinous cubes in the front. Or 30 to get up to the ones in the front.
I'm not trying to go up to them. I'm just trying to put them in a line while I move away from my friends. And I'm going to use the Thunder and Lightning ability.
Alright, yeah,
So,
you should be able to get 2
My speed's
gelatinous
30.
cubes and a flail snail.
That'll work. So unfortunately I cannot move far enough away from everybody, as each creature within 60 feet of me is included for Thunderclap. So I apologize in advance.
You're good.
Everybody be making con saves.
Yeah, everything within 60 feet of me needs to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 17, and then those 3 specifically need to make a Dexterity saving throw as well, DC 17.
So all the bad guys fail all of their saves.
Okay. What is my... Okay, first, the Thunderclap, which is everyone within 60 feet. This is the little bitty one. That is 5 points of thunder damage, and if you succeed the save, then you are not deafened, and you take half of that. And then...
How much damage was it?
5 thunder damage, and then a deafen for 1 minute. But the big boy is 96.
Sweet.
So, the 3 that I aim at take 38 points of lightning damage each.
38, 39?
38 apiece.
38 apiece, okay.
So what would that? So I would take half of that if I passed?
You don't worry about the lightning damage. That's just for the enemies. Unfortunately, I had to use the thunder ability with it because I already used the lightning ability by itself today.
Oh, well, I'm good then.
Okay, so you would take half of the 5 and not be deafened.
Okay.
The DC 17 con save is what it was.
Yep, I barely passed it.
Let's see, Captain Flowers and con save equals Captain Flowers passed, whereas Tempest and Nick both failed for 5 points of damage.
As well as deafened for 1 minute.
Yep.
So since I passed, I still take the 5, right?
You take 2 instead. And a well done from me. But that is my turn.
Alright, the flail snail passed its massive damage save, so nothing goes down, but one of those flail snails just kinda has tentacles wilting off of its body. The flail snail you caught in the line does not look good. The couple of cubes that you hit also are getting very murky, so to speak, but it's all rainbowy colored.
Yep, that's me.
Alrighty. That would be Pius's turn then.
Giggity.
Okay, my soundboard is working.
How many spell slots do I want to fucking burn?
Y'all did basically just wake up for the day, so...
No, we've been in here for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Because it took an hour to...
Well, I mean, a couple hours out of an average 14-hour day is still pretty much the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
So...
I thought you said we didn't rest.
You didn't take any type of, like, long or reasonable rest. Like, there was combat, about an hour and a half was spent searching things, and then combat.
Okay.
Which enemy is the closest to me? Well, no, farthest from me.
Furthest from you would be the flail snail that was not hit by the lightning. The flail snail that got hit by the lightning is like 5 feet closer in overall distance.
Okay. I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at 2nd level.
Okay.
Yes.
At the one farthest away from you, you said?
Yes. Please, for the love of God. That's my plus to hit.
Oof.
Huh.
That was, that's a sad 11.
That's pretty sad, alright. I'm very depressed about that 11, actually.
Rip. The 11.
Pius, back to missing with the guiding bolt despite a +7 to hit.
Figures. I'm going to use my bonus action to cry.
Bonus action to cry.
Yep. And then that's my turn. Actually, I'm gonna use all my movement speed and move towards the kerfuffle.
So it does get an attack roll on you real quick, technically.
Okay.
Because it's anti-magic shell, you miss with a spell attack, it rolls a d6. And on a 1 to 2, if it targeted only the snail, it's reflected back at the caster using the spell slot level, the save DC or attack bonus and spellcasting ability of the caster. So it gets your +7 to hit.
Can I get a second bonus action to cry harder?
Yes, because it just crit.
Fuck my ass.
So go ahead and roll critical damage for your guiding bolt that hit you.
Okay. So would it be the same, like, second level spell?
Yeah.
So it'd be 5d6? Fuck me, okay.
So 5d6 double 10d6 damage you're taking. Ooh. That's some pain.
Cool.
Roll a Constitution save as well.
I think it's +6. Yep. Well, when should I re-roll my next character?
You're good. You're just
I rolled a nat 1 on a con save, Jess.
You're good.
That's
you're
not good.
Yeah, okay, you're as good as you can be given the context. How about that?
I have 9 health left after 1 move.
39 of 50. Shouldn't that be 11?
I took 2 from Wrath.
Oh shit! I hadn't marked that. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, you only did 2. That snail did 30 fucking 8. 9.
No. The snail
Whatever.
did
Doesn't
not.
matter.
You did. And so what everyone sees in this moment is Pius goes and is very clearly casting Guiding Bolt. You see it launch from his hands, and the snail just kind of like shimmers ethereally, a rainbow hue over its shell as the Guiding Bolt impacts. And you see the magic do the weirdest movement as if it's like Play-Doh, and it just kind of turns like a ball through like a little curved ramp, and then it turns and shoots right back at Pius, almost knocking him off of his feet. Come on, load, you data. I need you to load. As Pius is going to take a lingering injury on this one.
Yeah.
We're just gonna skip rolling the potential effects and call it a lingering injury, because that was a hell of a hit.
And it was all my fault. Fantastic.
Technically, yes.
Fucking snails.
Only scary part about the snails is this right here.
I don't remember. I know I threw the Javelin of Lightning last game, but I thought I abstained from using its lightning ability. Does anybody remember?
I don't remember you throwing it. You definitely did not use its ability, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, where are you, lingering injury table? I don't need to improvise damage right now. Why are you being a jerk to me, tables? There it is. D20 roll real quick now. Bias.
Just straight D20?
Yep, just a straight D20. Because this is determining the specific. That doesn't look like a proper roll. That doesn't. No, that wasn't a proper roll. I don't know what happened with it, but
It's your penis. It's been removed.
That's fine. Apparently I didn't need it anyway.
Apparently you had one and we didn't even know. You've been walking around naked this whole time, but no one noticed.
Chuck nuts,
I'm a Goliath in a metal suit.
Like
I mean,
Man.
Yeah.
a plus side is like lower, higher doesn't really actually make a difference here. You got not the worst thing on this list. You ended up with internal injury. Make a DC 15 con save again.
It's going to be higher. It's going to be a 2 this time.
I believe in you. You get like a 13.
I'll take it. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20,
Nice.
you're good. You're good. If you'd failed, the only thing that would have happened is that you would have lost your reaction.
Oh, that's not bad.
Normally you would like lose your action, but you already used it, so there's nothing to lose.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, and you're kind of just, every time you attempt an action, until you receive magical healing, that can happen. You have to make that save every time, or you lose the action and your reactions. As your internal systems are misaligned now and grinding against each other. Like,
Ow.
severe stomach cramps, so to speak.
That sucks.
That makes it Twilight's turn.
What does he need? He says like you said something about magical healing or something?
Yeah, if Pius receives magical healing, it kind of automatically ends it. And you can tell Pius looks really, really bad right now.
I guess I can do cure wounds on him.
Yeah, you have the movement to easily do that. Did you want to cast first or second level, though?
Or would a health vial work?
You want to what?
Yeah, we'll just do cure wounds. Second.
Second level? Get that extra healing in there?
You.
Alright, that's going to be 2d8 plus 5 for the healing. Oh,
Lucky
excuse me.
feet.
Only d20 rolls.
That's right. That's right.
Your character sheet is refusing to accept the used spell slot.
I'm not feeling so well at all.
Oh my.
You do get 13 hit points back, though, Pius, and at least the insane cramps are gone.
Thank you.
Alright, Twilight, you're gonna have to mark your remaining spell slot second. You're gonna have to mark that down to 1, because it will not let me do it.
That's weird. Why not?
I don't know, probably because you're in the character sheet, and for whatever reason, it's only like the first person in the character sheet can adjust it. That seems to be what it is.
I'm out of it and see.
Anyways, you have some movement if you want to move towards the bad guys.
I think I'll just stay by Pius.
Alright. That would make it Lyramar's turn then.
Lyramar is going to run over to get in front of Wrath and look down the same line of enemies that Wrath just blasted into. And he'll take the javelin of lightning from his back, and he looks at it, and he whispers something into it, and all of a sudden, it flashes into a literal bolt of lightning that he hurls towards the snail in the back.
towards the snail in the back. Alright.
Yep. So hopefully passing by the 2 cubes in between. It's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. I need the 2 snails as well to roll a dexterity saving throw. DC 13.
2 snails. Is it like every creature within a certain amount of distance has to roll a save?
So is each creature in the line excluding you and the target. So between me and the snail. Or between Lyramar and the snail, rather.
So the gelatinous cube's got to roll a save.
Yep.
You said dexterity?
Dexterity saving throw, yes.
Oh, they are, they failed that. They got under a 10 total.
Okay.
Yeah, and even the 3/4 cover was not enough to save it from your roll to hit. So yeah, you hit.
Okay.
Hey, Maya.
So the javelin itself deals 8 points of piercing damage, and then the lightning from it to each of these creatures is 11 points of lightning damage.
And
11. So those gelatinous cubes are looking pretty darn bad, and the snail just bursts into rainbow confetti glitter.
Okay. Action surge, and then Lyramar is going to run up and use his breath weapon on the 2 cubes if they're within a 30-foot line of each other.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Okay. So it's a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saves. This party is built to destroy them. No, natural 11 with a neg 4.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's 8 more points of lightning damage as he launches the lightning bolt and then rushes forward and just blasts lightning out of his mouth.
Do not want to save resources, not after seeing them almost annihilate Pius simply by existing.
Mm-hmm.
You said 8 points of damage?
Another 8 points of lightning, yes.
Okay. If I know how to math, there we go. It seems like solid rainbow in color now.
And that is Lyramar's turn.
Okay, we have people here who can go ahead and roll initiative because it looks like Nick and Tempest have finally joined us.
hey.
I have a question while they're doing that.
Yeah.
What did you say my, you said something about my, spell count for the key?
Your remaining spell slots? Yeah, I adjusted it. It's good. It followed through.
Oh,
Currently, you
I
have
marked
2
it down.
first level and 1 second level left. The spell slots have been getting used. Tempest got a 19 on the initiative. And how about Nick?
I am starting the night off strong with a 1, so that's 3 total.
Yay!
So the 19 is gonna wait for next round, but here's what's hilarious. You have a higher dex modifier than they do, and so that means your total is not a 1. And therefore, you're doing better than the flail, snail, and gelatinous cubes that remain. So what is your total? 4?
3.
3. Your total is 3. That's still after Lyramar, who it was Lyramar's turn that just ended. So you actually get to go now, Nick. You happen to become aware of everything just in time to take your turn. Realizing that 3 gelatinous cubes and 2 flail snails had entered the fray. 1 flail snail has gone down, but only after it reflected Pius's guiding bolt at him so hard that it nearly toppled him over in pain. And you could tell that his gears and things were knocked out of whack. Twilight's magical healing was the only thing that's helped so far.
It damn near fucking one-shotted me.
Okay. How many of them are left?
There's 1 flail snail and 3 gelatinous cubes. 2 of the cubes are beat to hell and basically just look like rainbow cubes of ooze. The flail snail and last gelatinous cube, they're not really damaged that much. Nick, you are also currently deafened. So's Tempest.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Nope, it's fine. I've got. Is there, with my 30 feet of movement, is there a way I can get the 3 of them in a 15-foot cone?
In a 15-foot cone, you could get... You would not be able to get all of them. You would either... You could get the 2 frontmost gelatinous cubes, one of which is the one that looks fine, and one beat all to hell.
Could I get with the snail in the cube?
You have 30-foot movement, you're about 30 feet from that line. No, you would not be able to get the snail in.
Alright, then I'll
5
do it to
feet
where I
too
hit
far.
both. Okay, I'll do it to where I can hit both the cubes then. I'm gonna cast using my last first level spell slot because I burnt them all doing shatter.
Preaching to the choir.
I'm gonna use burning hands to catch the 2 oozes.
Alright, that's to hit or a save?
It's a dex save of 16.
Natural 19 minus 4 makes a 15. That is a fail.
That's 6 damage to both of them.
One gelatinous cube oozes to the ground. It is out of commission. You said 6, correct?
Yep. Yep. On 3d6, I rolled 6 total. What? I am not.
That's sad. That's kind of sad.
Started that off with a nat 1, and then started off with like next to the lowest damage possible.
I mean, honestly, Pius is the one with the roughest start still.
Yeah.
He critically hit himself.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
that was raw. That's not even like bad crit tables or something. He missed with a
Yep.
spell attack, rolled, it reflected, and the new attack roll against him with his own spell was a nat 20.
This is what happens when I use the Discord to roll my dice.
Yeah.
Amen.
Which I was a little curious, but I'm like, oh no, can't get to your dice tonight? This is gonna be bad.
Yeah, we had a finale for the other campaign I'm in last Sunday, and I left him in the kitchen, and I don't really feel like getting up, so here I am.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Living with our life choices.
So the gelatinous cubes, with their dash actions, are capable of not fully surrounding you, Nick, but getting pretty darn close to it. You've got like 1 in front of you and 1 to your left, 1 to your right. Just because with dashing they have 30 feet of movement.
Yep.
And then the flail snail will take its 20 dash and is now approximately it's like right on the other side of that gelatinous cube that's in front of you now. Or it's like 5 feet behind it. But that's their whole turn, so it's back to the top of the turn order for Wrath.
How far away am I from the cubes that are encircling Nick?
You'd be about 20 feet away? 10 to 15 feet away.
Okay. I'll move. And the snail is about 30 feet?
Yeah, the snail would be about 30 feet. 25, 30.
Can I half the distance between a cube and the snail to make it 15 on each side?
So you getting in the middle of the cubes and snails? And snail?
Between one of the cubes and a snail.
Oh, okay.
And the snail.
So the snail was like 25 feet away from you, and the cubes are about 15, 20, but they're all kind of in the same line and direction from you. The cubes are close enough that you could literally stand in between one of the cubes and the snail and put your hands out to touch them.
Okay. Well, I want to move however I would around the battlefield to get away from Nick, but 15 feet from a cube and the snail.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
You can do that.
Then I will use my last sorcery point of the day and twin spell Lightning War. I need a strength saving throw from both of them, please.
Natural 13. The snail has a +3 for 16. And the cube has a 15 total.
So the first one is 1 point of lightning damage. The second one is 8 points of lightning damage.
Alright, 1 on the snail and the cube. This was the cube that was beat the hell out of, and it diminishes. It puddles out on the ground again.
Okay, so I rush forward and lash out with lightning to each of them, the cube dissipating and yanking the snail to melee with me. And that's my turn.
All right, Pius, your turn. And I said it a little off. There was only two cubes that were surrounding you, not 3. So there's only 1 now adjacent to you, Nick.
Okay.
How far am I from that cube or the snail that Wrath just yanked?
35, 40 feet.
Okay. Spell tab takes the longest to fucking load. Shit.
And for those of you that ran in the room, you've noticed the room in just after blowing this hole in it suddenly isn't nearly as hot. Like, it's not causing that split reaction that was causing the saving throws. The room itself seems to have cooled off a considerable amount after blowing that hole in it.
That's well done, Nick.
I'm just gonna dash and get behind the snail.
All right.
And that's it.
Gonna make Twilight's turn.
So what's Pius's situation right now?
Pius still isn't looking too good, but it would take your whole turn to get up to him.
We moved?
Yep, he did. He just dashed along to get to the other side of the snail.
Alright, well, so much for that. I guess, where's the snail at?
It's about 35, 40 feet away from you.
What about using the fire vital?
That is splash damage, and you currently have 2 allies within splash damage range of the snail.
Okay, let's just do frostbite.
Okay. That is a saving throw. What is your spell save DC? I'm pretty sure it just passed. Because that's a Constitution save, also, I believe.
Oh, spell.
spell page open to Constitution save. Yes. They got over a 20. They got a 24 total. So they pass. And the flail snail, as has done once already, is rolling a d6 for what happens. No additional effect. It seems to just absorb the magic to no effect.
I guess that's my turn.
Alright. Then Tempest. Tempest, you're up. You've become very aware of what is going on and all the fighting.
It's just the snail?
There's one snail and one cube. And I forgot to set my Discord status to making bacon pancakes.
No.
It is now set. I am now making bacon pancakes.
Making bacon, then you put it in a pancake. Bacon pancake.
Alright. Tempest, with your speed of 40, you are able to get to either one of them. Were you going for the cube, or were you going for the snail?
The snail.
Alright, that 22 hits the snail. You can go ahead and roll your damage. 2d6 plus 7. Oh, so bad with a natural 1 and 2 on the dice. But that did get 10 damage on the snail all the same. And what do you desire to do with your bonus action?
Kick it.
Just a standard offhand or a key point flurry of blows?
Remind me on the flurry again.
2 punches.
Yep, you get 2 instead of 1. You spend 1 key point to get 2 attacks.
We'll do
Instead
the
of a
key
freebie
point.
1. Alright. Go ahead and roll. Also, you should be rolling with advantage on the snail, with the way everybody got themselves positioned. Roll again for the advantage. Okay, you got a hit with that. Go ahead and roll the next to hit on the second unarmed strike as well, while you're at it.
I'm sorry, the what?
Your second unarmed strike from Flurry of Blows. You have advantage, so it's 2d20 on each of the attacks. Dun 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 dun. Alright, both of them do hit. So go ahead and roll your 2d4 plus 10. Boom, 16 damage as you punch, kick, yeah, you slash it and then you double unarmed strike it. Dance of the Blade. The snail still stands. Yeah. Yep, it still stands though. You do watch a couple of its tentacles go rolling off of its body though.
It needs to be beaten more.
Lyramar's turn though.
Lyramar is going to run over to the cube and take a slash at him as he shoulders his shield and pulls out his short sword. Oof. It's 11 to hit, I think. Come on. Yeah, 11 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, okay. Was not expecting that. 7 points of slash.
They have an AC 6.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we talked about it last time. That the only way we're gonna miss is if we roll an at 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You said 6 damage?
7 slashing. Yep. and he'll just maneuver, trying to get on the opposite side of it as Nick.
Alright, yeah, he could have done that and had advantage to hit, so if you did not roll advantage on that from the flanking...
It's all good. He hit him, so...
Yeah. Yeah, that flanking with Nick has occurred, and then that would
That's
make
his
it
turn.
Nick's turn.
Right. We're just going to cast Sacred Flame on one of the gelatinous ooze.
Alright, the gelatinous cube right next to you, being the last one, is going to go ahead and roll a dex save. You know what? I think its absolute best, which is a 16, still fails, doesn't it?
It is 16 is my save.
Well, he has to
So,
beat
yes.
it, so yes, he automatically fails on a dex save against Nick.
That's 6 damage.
6 damage! When your DC gets so high that they just automatically fail. Yeah, the cube is starting to get less clear, more cloudy with its rainbowy color. But it doesn't really look all that bad yet. Anything else?
Don't really have a good bonus action.
You are still adjacent to this cube.
Oh, yeah, then I will use my Starlight Step. And I will pop back 30 feet.
Alright, somewhere that is not adjacent to an enemy.
Yup.
Alright, you're good. You're good. And then that would make the snails and cubes' turn. The snail still has 3 tentacles, unfortunately, for what it would view as the weakest of you currently, Pius.
Sweet.
So it is making 3 separate attacks against you with its 3 tentacles. Natural 6, natural 16, natural 14. It has a +5 to hit. So it got a 21 and 19 where it's better.
Yep. 2 of those hits.
Yep, those 2 would both hit. Unless you have, like, shield as a reaction.
I don't.
Alright, that is going to be 6 bludgeoning and 6 bludgeoning again. So 12 bludgeoning total.
Sweet. Ouch.
You still up?
Yep. Barely.
Yeah.
That is basically the snail's entire turn, though. So that'd be over to the cube, who has Lyramar next to it.
Yes, he does.
Lyramar needs to make a dexterity save.
14?
He passes, and basically can sidestep to any adjacent space that isn't in the path of the cube, trying to engulf him.
Okay, we'll do so.
Yeah, the cube tries to engulf him, does not work. Kind of just pushes and gets there off to the side, bringing it back to the top of the turn order with Wrath.
Alright. Wrath is going to swing his staff. As he kind of regains his composure from all of the stuff going on around him, he straightens up. His cloak will transform once again into the dragon wing, the blue dragon wing with spines on it. And then he'll try and smack him with his staff, basically. Do I have advantage on it?
The flail snail, yes you would.
So 24 to hit.
24 hits.
So that is 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need it to roll a. Oh no, it just happens 2d6 lightning damage. Never mind. 8 points of bludgeoning and 4 points of lightning damage.
I was gonna say, if it's getting to make a save and it passes, that could be bad, because this is definitely magic.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's not looking
Would it
so
target
good.
the staff?
Yeah, that's the weird part, is like the magic would rebound at the staff, ultimately. So it's not like it would necessarily do a lot, because the staff is going to have quite a few hit points, but you would actually see the staff take a little damage if it did reflect it.
Right.
So.
Okay.
The snail is starting to look not so good. You managed to hit it hard enough that a couple more of its tentacles fell off it. It only has one now.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, Pius, your turn.
He's going to reach his hand out and touch the snail and say,
Perish.
and then I'm going to cast
Please hit.
Inflict Wounds.
Alright, roll to hit, I believe, on that one?
Yep.
Yep.
Melee spell attack.
Damn it.
You hit. No reflection.
Thank God.
And that's because
That's a bad one.
it chose to hit you with its tentacles instead of withdrawing into its shell for a +4 AC.
Oh, shit.
That's what made the difference right there, is it chose to be attacking instead of decided offense was better than defense.
Okay.
But yeah, roll that damage.
Damn, even the fucking 3d10s is low. Jesus.
3d10 for a total 10, just like 3d6 for 6 earlier.
Yeah.
As a plus
I'm
side,
seeing a pattern here.
it only had 8 hit points. So
Yeah.
it does just burst into rainbow confetti dust, leaving a singular gelatinous cube adjacent to Lyramar.
As my bonus action, I'm going to turn around and flip off the gelatinous cube. And then end my turn.
Alright, Twilight, your turn.
It's all robotic.
Oh god. So the snail's dead, right?
Yep.
Yep.
All that's left is one gelatinous cube.
And it's currently being harassed by my middle finger.
Yep. You could get flanking on it with Lyramar if you were going for like melee attacks or something.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it with the D sword.
Alright, the D sword. You have advantage to hit, so 2d20.
I think it was
Plus 8. Ooh, natural 19. That 27 definitely hits, so you got 1d6 plus 6. Total 9 damage. And then if you want, you can always swing the other half of it back up and try to hit it again.
Will that still be the 2d20?
Yep. Natural 15 plus 8, 23 hits. This one is a D4 damage, though. Just a flat D4. Oh no, you forgot the space! One damage.
1 damage to rule them all.
1 damage to rule them all. It's getting pretty hard to see through this thing. It's not very clear anymore. But that brings it to Tempest's turn.
Wait a minute, did I have to move in order to get up to the cube?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Cool, so no matter what angle I come from,
Yeah, you can get the flanking on it. No issue there. So roll your 2d20 there. You got 1.
minus the 1, that was supposed to be a 7.
Oh, natural 19. So close to a critical hit. You haven't gotten enough fighter levels yet.
Well, I'll take it. That's 26 total.
Yep, that's still 2d6 plus 7 damage. And your to hit is plus 9 with the scythe, because it's all magical. That plus 2 bonus goes to hit and damage.
So it's a plus 9 now?
Yeah, it's a plus 9 to hit with that scythe. With the magic one. But it's only a plus 7 damage. But 14 damage is still nothing to scoff at with a singular weapon strike, so... Yeah, and you still have your offhand if you want to touch this, acidy, gelatinous cube that you have refrained from touching already with your bare hands.
I'm good.
Alright, Lyramar's turn.
Lyramar will take another slash. At advantage this time. Thank God he did. 25 to hit.
25 definitely hits.
10 points of slashing damage.
10 points of slashing damage. Stupid fireworks. Jesus. Give me about like 60 seconds maybe so I can close the door.
Okay.
Alright. Now I am in a secluded room where nobody can see me and I can take my pants off. I mean, you guys shouldn't be able to hear the fireworks as easily now.
I can hear you take your pants off. That's weird.
Hey, I am all alone, there's no camera on, and you guys can't prove whether I am wearing pants or not. Just say.
You want to turn on your camera?
Turn on my camera. I could turn it off for you guys, and then not for the stream. I could do that. As long as you all are consenting adults.
Last time I checked, I was. Physically, anyway. Mentally, not. I'm man-child.
You can tell how much of a child I am making these jokes. That would make it Nick's turn then, if Lyramar's all done.
Yep.
Holy shit, it got back to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this. They actually survived multiple turns, you guys.
Alright. I've been doing deck stuff. Let's try, Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead. What type of save is that?
Wisdom.
Natural 1. on
Alright,
a
and it's taking
gelatinous
damage.
cube.
So
Yeah. It has a -2, so it got a total -1.
Boom.
Here, I got you.
The 9.
Where's it at?
Give me the ding dong.
There it is.
That's 9 damage.
9? 9? It's
Stone
getting
Cold!
really bad at
Stone
this
Cold!
point. Anything else, Nick?
No,
No,
it's
big
still
kid.
way far away from me, so I'm good. I guess can I take a moment to look at where they fell through, like just to get an idea of like what's up there. If I've like made a shortcut to get the fuck out of here, or if this was just
Yeah, you can make a disadvantage perception check real quick with your bonus action.
disadvantage.
Yep, disadvantage. What do we get?
14 being the lowest. 23 and 14, so 14.
14. You look up and it looks like the room is illuminated by that same green moss that the tunnels down here have been illuminated by.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like it's just another large kind of circular cavern, but you can't like really see the walls or any exits or entrances to that space, other than of course the one you're looking through. It looks like this hole is nearly in the center of the room above you.
Okay. Yeah, this all happened because Dylan forgot that. By the way, stalactites form from water dripping through rock. I don't know if anybody else is aware of that, but Dylan
Yes.
forgot that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tight against the ceiling, and what's the other one?
Might reach the roof.
Yeah. That's
As
it.
per the whole dripping water, you blew a hole in it, water came down from the pond up above. Yeah.
Yeah. I realized the stupid thing I did now. Don't. Hindsight.
I
Jeff.
tried to
Hindsight's
warn you.
2020. Hey, I mean, better that it was like a pond that had formed up above than, a river. Like that river had curved back around or something.
True.
A river would be a way out.
It would be painful too as it came down, but yeah. Anyways, that would make it the gelatinous cube's turn. Who is going to not try to engulf anyone this time. It's going to try to slap you with a pseudopod. A long phallic appendage forms and tries to hit Liramar, yes. For 23.
23 does hit. Damn. Stacy's 22.
It just barely hits then.
Yeah.
And it was one away from a critical. That was a natural 19. Like it's only got a +4 to hit. Oh, nice. Thank you, Entry, for leaving off the average damage, because I'm not going to roll 3d6. That's 10 acid damage for Liramar.
Alright.
But that's the end of the cube's turn. It can't really do much, and it's not that intelligent or wise. So, Wrath, you're looking at this cube, and it's looking not so great. The thing is almost a solid, rainbow color now.
Yeah, he's just gonna raise his staff above his head in both hands and just come down with it. And let him hit it. 16 to hit.
16 hits. I'm pretty sure your minimum damage is more than its 3 hit points.
It would be 6 points of bludgeoning and 10 points of lightning.
Yeah. Describe how the lightning moves through this massive rainbow ooze.
So, as Wrath lifts the staff, you see the lightning course through his body and into the staff, or vice versa, you can't really tell. And he comes down, and as the staff just cuts through this like a hot knife in butter, as it reaches like its center point, the lightning just explodes outward, and for a moment it looks like one of those Tesla coil balls that you can touch, and the lightning touches your fingers from the center. But it's just spraying outward with the ooze as it bursts.
All right. Yeah, that's the end of combat. Everyone's we got some people not doing so well. The room's a nice moderate temperature, though.
Yeah.
Did y'all get all that? I'm sorry, my internet died for a second.
I got it. I'm pretty sure at least I got it all.
Okay.
I feel just perfectly fine. I'm working just great. Just fine.
Question. That astral void spell, can that be used to heal? I thought you'd said it could at one point.
Astral Void is just straight damage, I believe.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
It's Wither and Bloom that gets some healing.
That's the healing. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What is the room? Is it still like draining water into this room?
No. The water seemed to. By the time the water kind of rushed down for maybe like 20 seconds, and then it was done. And after it finished draining, that's when you noticed that the gelatinous cubes and snails had come down with it. And just a quick look up, like you can tell that the hole in this circle that was blown open is kind of in the center of the space above you. But it does look like there's a man-made lip around this circle up at the top, as if it was an intentionally formed pond of sorts up above.
Well, that's something new.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Twilight said something, Wrath said something, and then I heard a cat?
Yeah, that was Little Miss. Sorry.
Sorry, I've also got the fireworks going off because my neighbors have been setting off fireworks every night for a week and a half now. Except last Friday. They weren't setting them off while we played last week. That was weird.
I don't have a health potion on me. Anybody have any way of getting Pius back to functioning?
There's a short
Seems
rest.
like he's still a bit rough.
Just fine.
Maybe we just take a minute to catch our breaths. I think he's okay. We just need to catch our breaths, get our heads on straight.
Working order, I do not require words. I am just fine.
I thought, didn't she use Cure Wounds on him?
Yeah, the internal structures are fine, but that's not to say there isn't some flavor of his voice box acting up. Just because he's so beat the hell up.
Alright, cure wounds.
Oh no, you don't have to.
No, don't waste your spell slot. I got
Yeah.
plenty of hit dice.
Yeah,
It's fine. I can do cure wounds and then take a short rest. It's fine.
the short rest doesn't get you back
You don't
your
get
hit,
health
your
back.
cure wounds.
So I'm gonna we'll take a short rest, and you don't have to waste a spell slot.
Okay.
It'll be alright.
Yeah, spells are when you
I-
need like immediate healing. That's what spells and potions are for, is I need it now. Hit dice are on a short rest is, hey, we've got time. Let's rest and heal.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually do have a good berry I can give him. That will actually help him heal.
I believe all 10 good berries got passed out this morning. So you
They
shouldn't
did.
have any left.
I'm just gonna roll my hit die. That's cool.
Yeah, and you get a bonus as the hermit is sitting there humming that familiar tune to everybody. Again. No one can place the tune, though, specifically what it is. But it feels familiar.
What's the bonus?
If I can find the hermit again, I believe it was a 1d12 extra healing for anyone that uses at least one hit die.
Did I take any damage before?
You took 5 for failing the save on Thunderclap, and you were deaf for a short period there too, of course, from that. But yeah, everyone took relatively low damage. Lyrimar took 12, which was a decent amount. Twilight
with one hit die.
Yeah. So Lyrimar's back at 36 after one hit die and the extra d12. What is Pius back up to?
39.
39, and
There you
you
go.
blew all 4 hit dice.
Yep.
You revived
that
39,
1d12.
so you're at 49. You're at 49. You're almost at full health, though, so...
Yeah.
Twilight, you've taken some damage, too. You might want to use a hit die in there.
You have the d12?
Yep, it would be 1d8 plus 1d12 for that first hit die used.
Plus your con mod.
Yeah, plus your constitution modifier. Actually, speaking of which, Pius, you probably didn't need to use that last hit die.
What do you mean?
Were you adding your con mod to each roll?
No.
That's why. Your con mod was definitely worth more than that 6, so... You should still have 1 hit die.
Okay.
I'm gonna use Arcane Recovery and gather a second level spell slot back.
Okay. Yeah, in Twilight you have 1d8 plus 1d12 plus 5 is what you're gonna heal.
Plus 5.
So, question for the DM.
No.
My blood roll 5.
Your Bloodwell Vial? Hold on. Twilight, 1d8 plus 1d12 plus 5. What about the Bloodwell Vial, though?
It requires me to use hit dice to regain my sorcery points, but I have not been getting hit at all. I haven't lost health in so long.
Yeah, you've had hit dice to get back your sorcery points, basically.
Pius punches you
So
in the
can I
face.
burn one to do that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Please do
yeah,
that.
absolutely. Burn one and get it back. So, you roll it to determine how many sorcery points you get back?
No, it's you can use your bow, spellcasting focus. In addition, when you roll any hit dice to recover hit points, you can regain 5 sorcery points.
Yeah, I mean, you can just roll a hit die to roll a hit die, I guess.
Okay, that's what I just didn't know if I had to be hurt to do that.
I don't think that's actually covered in the rules, and with most things,
I didn't hit anyway.
Yeah, you can choose to do it whether you want. Like, you can just choose to do it or choose not to on most things. So, I'll say you can just roll a hit die to roll a hit die.
Pius, what'd you get on your roll?
14. I didn't hit you anyway. Pius is too fucked up. He
punched me in the chest, and Wrath just kind of looks down at it. Good try, my friend. And he'll take out a dagger, and he'll just cut his palm open for a point of damage if I can. Or I'll even roll the damage if you want. I recover 7 plus a d12 anyway.
Right, like, yeah, you cut your hand open, and during that time, like, your hand just kind of wove back together and sealed up the wound during the rest period.
So actually, yeah, I'll go ahead and flavor this. Wrath looks down at your fists on his chest, and he goes, I appreciate the effort, my friend. And then he takes out the dagger, and as he cuts his hand open, you see it spark with electricity and magic, and then you see it, like, bolt out and hit the necklace, the Bloodwell vial, and you see it glow for a second, and then his wound heals. Oh, that is much better.
I was gonna say I could try and hit you, but I think it would just hurt my hand.
Probably. I'm good now, then. Thank you.
Yeah, so y'all take an hour, kind of sit around,
Cry.
cry a bit. Yeah. You take a stab that it's about 10 a.m. now. The room you're in after this hour's passed, it's been steadily getting colder since that hole was blown in and brought it to a moderate temperature. You're starting to see it ice over. It feels almost as cold as the tunnel was. Whatever was causing it to have heat is gone, and now this cavern is just as cold as the rest of the tunnels.
We gotta get out of here.
Definitely.
So I'm ready.
What do we do?
Yes, let's leave. I am never going in a cave ever again.
It's been an interesting one. Let's see if we can't get up here. How tall is it for us to try and climb up this hole?
It's about 20 feet from floor to ceiling. And then it looks like it's about 10-foot climb up to the edge of the man-made pond. So 30-foot total from the floor.
Oh, Learmore grabbed his spear, his javelin, by the way.
I assumed.
Anyone have a way of making a climbable surface for us to get up there?
Oh no! Who knows rope trick?
I have an idea.
And then he starts punching holes in the side of the wall to make like footholds and handholds for everybody as he starts to climb up.
So to climb up the side of the wall to get up there, the hole is not right up against a wall. So you would climb up the wall and then be like upside down for about 5 feet to be able to get to where the hole was and climb up that.
Then I will remove the wall. No, I'm just kidding. I can't do that.
There is a pile of rocks and everything that you collapsed in. Don't forget about those.
I will use my boots of flying, and I will fly up and then drop down rope.
That's handy dandy. So when you get up there, though, because you would fly up, and you would pretty readily recognize this. If you look, going to Highroad maps, there's the first map where we started, and then there's the second map, which is marked 1F, Orc Chieftain Catacomb. That's the map we're looking at currently. You are in the center of room 6, Nick.
Okay.
So up to the northeast and down to the southeast, the cavern you're in opens up into more tunnels. All of them, this cavern seems to be frozen over, but as you look into the room to the southeast and the tunnel to the northeast, they don't seem to be frozen over. And there's no enemies in here, but you do notice that there is a wishing well in the middle of room 4 down there in the southeast. It's a wishing well. A well! It is a wishing well! You guys just haven't gotten there to find out it's a wishing well yet.
Whoops.
Every well is a wishing well if you try hard enough.
Every well's a wishing well if you're a level 20 wizard.
That's true. Alright, I'll get to a secure area, and is there any stalactites or stalagmites in this room?
Yes, there are. It looks like water's been dripping down into this room, and whoever built this pond, essentially, that was in the center of the room, they built it because it was catching the majority of the water that was dripping down. But there are a couple of stalactites and stalagmites in the room as well, indicating that water's been dripping from up above.
I will go to the closest stalagmite, and I'll tie off the rope.
All right.
And then be like, all right, it's secure.
Roll a sleight of hand check.
Can I have Handy help me?
Yeah, absolutely. Handy can go ahead and help you for that advantage.
All right. I'm glad he did, because that's 18 rather than 7. So 18.
You're pretty sure you got it on there tight enough that it's not gonna slide up the stalactite. You got it caught in a groove, since it's not like this perfect, even, cylindrical, smooth wall type item.
Good.
So yeah, everyone, there's a rope that got tossed down for all of you to climb up.
I'm taking one of the tentacles from the snail.
So when they blew up, the tentacles that fell off of them also kind of just blew up into glitter.
Get it plugged in, and the remote's right here. Set it and bring it back. Bring me the remote back when you're done.
Yeah, so no tentacles to steal for your
Get
adult collection.
your color and all, and then bring me the remote back.
Yeah, Captain Flowers inhaled this the last time, and he passed out. So let's not.
Yeah, Captain Flowers, though, I see you in the voice chat now.
Grr.
So we are all here finally, an hour and a half in.
Yes.
Queen.
Yeah, so you all are able to climb up there. During that rest in the room, because it was moderately decent temperature for a decent amount of time, Captain Flowers and Tempest, the two of you, your hands warm up enough that you don't have that that penalty on dex checks anymore. So, but yeah, you're up there. It is still a cold ass room. It's iced over. Stalactites, stalagmites, as there was before. And you can see to the southeast, there's another kind of smaller cavern with a well in it, and up to the northeast, there's a tunnel going further.
There's more tunnel.
Yes, but you've gone upward at least, so that should mean you're getting closer to an exit.
Tunnels, right?
I mean, if we sleep, it's early, but if we sleep right now, I can blow more holes in roofs.
That's really my favorite color.
Pius, can't you turn your hand into a chisel?
Can I, Jess?
I want you to roll a D100. 5% chance. We'll say there's a 5% chance on this that is a feature you have.
Can you fucking imagine if I nail this?
It's a freaking jackhammer.
19, no. So it doesn't turn into a chisel, but your hand does, like your index finger on your right hand does kind of just like produce a screwdriver all of a sudden. And screws is like our modern screws don't exist in Maluviette at this point in time. So you have a screwdriver that doesn't go to anything in the world.
I feel as though there's a joke in this somehow.
It's okay. I was going to make a joke about installing the jackhammer feature, but we can move on.
No, that one is not on my hand.
I can make one.
Oh.
I can make one. Captain Flowers, are you going to start designing the most inappropriate thing possible for Pius?
Jackhammer codpiece.
Jackhammer codpiece, aye.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Aye, he'd be big and girthy.
But the issue is that I imagine it like okay. Anybody read the old Joker comic books or watched the old Joker cartoons where he like shoots the gun, but it's just a fist that knocks somebody out? It's just that in the
Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh my goodness. I should create a document that's just a list of gag D&D items.
Be perfect.
That would be so good that I would need to come up with a catchphrase every time I fucking use it. I don't know what that would be, but it would have to be really, really good.
Well, and then it itself makes the comic book noise every time. So it's either like bang, zip, like whatever. I make
it also uses prestidigitation to produce the word on above it as well, on top of the fact it's making the sound effect.
Alright, Captain Flowers, get designing.
Hey, I'll get on it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so you guys have this kind of distracted conversation for a moment after seeing this screwdriver pop up in the hopes of a chisel. But you do know now that you apparently do have some built-in tools. You just have to figure out how to use them and figure out which ones you have.
Yeah, now I know what I'm gonna be doing every long rest for sure. Pressing all my buttons.
I have an idea.
Okay, so yeah,
I could sneak ahead. I have something that'll actually help. Sneak ahead, see what's going on, see if there's a way up, and then I come right back.
just check the next room.
Well, go down to the end, see if I can see any stairs leading up. That way we're not all moving through foreign territory. Look, I'll show you what I mean. And he'll take out the potion of polychromine. Polychromine? Polychromine?
Polychromine, yeah.
Yeah. And he drinks it, and his entire person goes through every hue of the rainbow for a second before it takes on the shades of our surroundings, camouflaging me.
Oh, that's nifty.
Oh, I thought you were descended from dragons, not chameleons.
Where do you think chameleons came from? So,
I didn't
I'm
know
gonna go
that.
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead. Maybe check out that well right there while I'm going down the corridors trying to find a way out.
Yeah, so the well's down to the southeast, and the tunnel that you can see is to the northeast. If you go down and check the well real quick, you do notice that it's basically just a singular closed-off cavern. But there's a sign off to the side of it that you couldn't quite see through the opening until you actually were up there. And it does say 1 gold, 1 wish, 1 per life.
Damn, so a cat would get 9 wishes? That's crazy.
Right. All you gotta do is
Damn, I
die
knew I
and
should
come
have been a
back,
fucking
right?
tabaxi.
I
Shit.
know.
Alright, give me that.
I don't think that automatically passes stealth checks, so... I believe
No,
it's
it gives me
right?
advantage on them. Yeah, it gives
go
me
ahead
advantage.
and roll advantage while you go up and check. Everyone else, you know that Wrath is heading up to go check the tunnels to the northeast. Wrath, are you telling them you're telling them about the sign to the southeast and the well? Apparently it's a wishing well.
I didn't go to the well. I was telling them to go investigate the well while I looked for a way out.
Gotcha. Yeah, so when you guys go down there, you see that sign, and And Justin, you should recognize this. Like every campaign I've ever done, somewhere close to the beginning of the campaign, there's a wishing well, and it gives you what you wish for. Usually, there's no real big caveats unless your wish is just really fucking dumb or weird, though. But yeah, toss a gold in, you get one wish.
Oh. Oh.
What'd you get, Wrath, on that stealth
21.
check? 21? Alright, everyone, you have an opportunity to think about your wishes here while I talk to Wrath and let him know what he is seeing as he goes. So if you've got the map pulled up from the Highroad maps, and you're going up 5, you do, of course, see down the tunnel for 8. You see over to the right, you can see into 3, and you can tell it branches off in multiple directions. You notice that most of these chambers have a bunch of rats running around them. You have to kind of skirt carefully to avoid the rats, in fact, as you're moving along. All of the rats, their heads are also just like split open, and they have these large brains that are just pulsing.
Oh, shit.
And you notice that over in 2, there seems to be 3 fairly large chests along the back wall. Looking down the right towards 1, it looks like it goes back down into another area. And you think about it for a moment, just kind of your passive insight survival. It looks like 1 would connect down to that space where you had found Twilight the second time. Like, that's probably where that comes out.
Okay.
And then looking down 7, you notice that, first of all, up 1, the path, like, inclines upwards, and then it inclines from 3 upwards towards 6, and it also inclines upwards towards 7 and 9. So you figure that that's part of how it's going up. It's just this natural cave that inclines upwards. And 7 curves around there past 9. And if you...
Can't really see.
Yeah, if you kind of keep going up that way, you'll find yourself there on the 3rd map in the upper right hand, where the tunnel just keeps going until you see 1 and 2 on the 3rd map. But you feel like you're getting kind of far away at that point.
Yeah. Do I see... what do I see in 8 and the little one under 3? Anything noticeable?
So an 8 seems to be like the main nesting area of the cranium rats. And that space down below 3, it's odd. Everywhere else is like lit up with the moss and everything, but that area is very dark. The lighting of the moss isn't making it there. There doesn't seem to be any moss in that space, and you can't really see it. Even with your goggles on and dark vision, it seems to be magically hindered for the amount of light that's there.
Okay. There's as many rats swarming on the chests in 2 as there are everywhere else?
Yeah, pretty much. 8 has the largest number of rats individually, but each of the various numbered areas other than 5 seems to have somewhere between like 5 and 10 rats at any given moment as they're kind of scurrying back and forth. And you're taking your time walking through.
Yeah, I'll make my way back with that.
So yeah, do we have any ideas about our wishes?
Yep.
I wish for this campaign to end. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Damn.
I wish for this campaign to end. And suddenly, Star is banned from the server and has no way to contact me anymore, thus ending this campaign for her.
Rip.
Brutal.
Did that actually happen to you? Like, someone actually did that to you, Jess?
Okay, so you've met Eli Star. Like, Star, Justin, the three of you know Eli. He was part of our Saturday group. And you know how much of a, ooh, can I cheese this? He was, trying to just, end fights, using the whole, summon a swarm of insects and then turn the whole swarm into dinosaurs to just destroy someone with the 10d6 fall damage of every single one. Even for all that cheese, he never tried to make a wish like that. Because he was ready for the ramifications. If you go too overboard with a wish, I'm still going to slap you with consequences. Generally, I'm nice. The magic is more or less around you. It's not some monkey's paw. But if it starts to become too powerful of a wish, beyond the power the spell has being cast, beyond the power of the wishing well, things might not happen the way you want them to.
Right.
One wish that was made was for a very large amount of money, and a very large amount of gold and platinum, in fact. And in that campaign at that time, the group did not have these magic money pouches of holding. They had limited space. They had no bags of holding or anything like that. And so there was nowhere for the money to just kind of neatly, nicely be, because it was a very small chamber in that particular game. So it just kind of fell from the ceiling and filled the room and was hitting everybody and pushing them out, and party nearly died of bludgeoning damage from the 1 million gold that was wished into the room. Just because that was the ramification of wishing for 1 million gold in an area with no space to hold 1 million gold.
I thought somebody in our campaign actually did that.
That might have been with you, actually. That might have been that campaign. Yeah, but, basic ramifications like that. If there's a feasible way for bad things to not happen, bad things won't happen.
I was just kidding. I was talking with you.
Oh, that's why I didn't just kick you from the server. If I thought you were serious, I would have kicked you from the server.
No.
But I knew you weren't serious, so it's fine. But yeah, does anyone have a serious thought on their wish? It's only one
I got
gold.
a question.
You got a question?
I don't quite remember you doing them in the past, so that's a little foggy. So it doesn't have to be combat, it could be anything that we want to wish as just...
Yeah, you just have a wish. Imagine a genie that won't monkey's paw you.
I dropped that gold right on in. I wish to see a glimpse of my future. I bet it's going to be amazing. I'm going to be a strong warrior.
Hands over to a fucking grave.
A glimpse of your future. Panning over to your grave outside of Castle Canehurst. And yes, Castle Canehurst, the one at the end of the Highroad. Your grave is outside of that? No. It's kind of obvious you're going to die and be buried somewhere. I'll give you better than that for your future. You do see yourself... you would suspect a fair amount further down the high road, because you're surrounded by trees, and most of the party seems to all be there with you as well. So it seems to be a part of this journey, in fact. And the reason you can tell it's further down is because it's not like pine trees or palm trees or even the hybrids that you've been seeing up to this point. The trees you're seeing here are tall, red oak trees. Surrounding this area. And the snow itself has also kind of slacked off, so you can actually see the ground in full again. And you're standing there, and you see your uncle and your aunt, weapons drawn, fighting, and the party's kind of circled almost like a pit fight around everyone at that moment. And you're sitting there more talking to the party and just ignoring the fact that your aunt and uncle are fighting.
Oh, there's going to be
now, the way that this little glimpse into your future happens, though, is like a hologram projection. So everybody, you all see this scene of the future, and you see these two people that you don't necessarily recognize. They're dressed fairly similarly to Tempest, and they also have one of them, the uncle, the male, does have the crest of the Kindhairs family, the same one as Tempest on his cloak. The female is very clearly, they're both very clearly related by blood to Tempest, but the female does not have the crest of Kindhairs at all that you can see.
It looks like a family reunion, and you guys are going to get to meet them. I'm so excited.
Hmm.
And don't mind the weapons. I'm sure that's always normal.
Okay.
You're being told it's normal for the two of them to just draw weapons and start fighting. Let's see. Where are insights? 15, 17. Alright, Pious Deuce, you're the only one with the passive insight for this. You notice there seems to be pinion feathers from both Crow and Raven kind of floating to the ground nearby as they're drawing their weapons to fight.
Ah, so the raven that's been following us.
Huh?
Yeah, maybe. Possibly.
Alright, I'm gonna relay that to the group.
Yeah, Pius has just said that, pretty sure that the whole Raven and Crow following, probably these two.
Whichever those two, they'd say
checking up
hi.
on our progress. Interesting.
I highly doubt it. They would have said hi.
They don't seem like the friendliest bunch.
I'm sure you didn't think I was the friendliest bunch when you first saw me.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah, there is Tempest's Wish. Don't forget to remove the 1 gold from your character sheet, Tempest.
Aw.
How about Nick? Do you have a wish in mind?
I do. I was gonna let others go if they wanted, but
Fair enough.
if it's my turn, I can do it.
I was just asking if anyone else would, since Dylan is willing to let other people go first, if anyone else would rather step in at the moment, feel free to.
Yeah, I'll go.
Alright, what's Pius's wish?
I wish to have my memories restored.
Ooh.
So, mark it off, and I want you to roll a percent, a D100, to determine what the initial effect of this is.
Can I walk in around this?
Yeah, we've probably been taking... They've probably been taking a bit of time even up to this, so you could have gotten back by now. They were probably cautious going up there. They took a moment to think about what they would wish for. So yeah, Rat, this is probably about the time you're walking back in as Pius flicks a gold into it and wishes to have his memory restored. 47. So, to explain what the D100 was, it was basically at what point between now, the earliest point in the timeline, and the latest point in the timeline, which was with Dr. Rythal, you would have your first burst of memories. Your systems kind of kick on, and everyone, you can hear like the sound of like a computer like grinding, overheating slightly. like an old 90s fax machine almost, kicking on. And Pius, your screens and sensors, for the most part, stop. Going to a display screen, and pops up, and instead of just like rebooting memory sector or disk defrag or whatever basic process it is, the text that ends up appearing on your display this time is magical memory reboot. Remaining time unknown.
Damn.
And it kind of immediately has an update, and you notice that it has like a progress. Like when you download an app, it's like 0 megabytes out of 117 gigabytes, and your starting point here, you're actually starting at about 100 gigabytes of 170 petabytes of memory.
Jesus.
And you figure most of that, like, starting is probably just what's happened since Acrid. Most of it. But you've remembered certain other things. And the first thing that kind of pops back in is actually the memory of you sitting at that desk where you were learning Goblin, Dwarven, Elven, and you remember what you were doing in the tower. You actively remember what was going on, and you can see the scene very clearly. And this was the first set of books you were working with. You also had a list that had been underneath it, and you kind of remember as you were going, and at one point you were cleaning everything up, and you see in the memory, you can see the list is literally a list of just every known language, and a bunch of them have been crossed off, just going down a line, and where you're at in the list is Goblin, Dwarven, and Elven, which were the books from that scene, and you can see you're that far down the list. According to this list, and you do remember this, in fact, you have learned every basic standard language in D&D. So you get to add a whole shitload of languages right now to your list. Elven, Dwarven, Gnomish, Halfling, all the standard languages. So you don't get primordial languages, you don't get Draconic, you don't get Celestial, Infernal, you don't get Deep Speech. But you do notice that on this list, at the very end of it, is a language marked as Force of Chaos. And then in parentheses, Deep Speech, ? Comma, Eldritch, ? It did seem to be the last one on that list of languages you were learning at that time. And you also get a general idea of the timeline. As you see, there are hundreds, if not thousands of iterations of memories going from approximately 10 years before you met Acrid, all the way up to that point in time where this blue box incident happened. Like, you have an entire string of memories for that period, but there's another layer you can see that's another set of memories for that same period of time, and then another layer on top of that at the same period, and hundreds of these layers exist within your memory.
Shit.
You've entered the avatar state.
Yeah, essentially you're getting a glimpse into the avatar state at this point, so to speak. And you realize that no amount of magic, no amount of power, and no amount of divine intervention could simply return your memories.
I'm okay with learning a fuck ton of languages. I'm with it.
Yeah, and you can tell that this particular memory takes place somewhere in the middle, approximately like halfway in the middle of this 13,000 years. You also are aware of the name of this tower, though, seeing as you're in it, and it's one that you've dedicated yourself to guardian. You consider yourself a guardian of this tower, and this tower, you named it the Tower of Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria. And as you kind of get to go through this memory some more, though, as you're kind of cleaning things up and you go to take a break, you're distracted, like something else is going on at this point in time, and you head up hundreds of flights of stairs until you reach the top, and up at the top, it's kind of just a more normal-sized room. Every other floor has just been this sprawling library, at least a mile in any direction from the center, and the staircase pretty much goes up the center from here. And at the top, in this room that's only a few hundred feet in diameter, there is a purple portal, wide open. And although you can't quite remember what's on the other side, you know that what's on the other side is a friend, an ally. But that's all of the memory that properly comes back to you. And you also kind of realize that tower in the smoke from the Pipe of Remembrance, miles wide, at least a mile wide, hundreds of floors tall, this is probably the inside of that tower, and whatever made you a hero in regards to this is because you're guarding the literal knowledge of the entire world in a single tower.
Wow. That's a lot.
Holy shit.
Wow.
And it ends with, you got mail!
You've got mail. Let me double check your passive perception. I believe 15 is high enough. Yes, you notice that on that top floor, though, in the room, on the wall, there's, well, it's not on the wall exclusively, but on the north side, there are three levers. One is on the floor, and two are on the wall.
How familiar.
And you do know that they control the height and width and lighting of this tower.
She's in the garage. We separate.
We separate.
Did my grandma forget I was using the garage for D&D nights?
She thought we were in the same room.
Yeah, no. Not. Yeah,
So
but
it's-
that's kind of what you get from your insight and your actual memory of the event.
So it's similar to the tower we were in before, with the void and all that shit.
Sounds like it is the tower we were in before.
Yeah, your theories abound on whether it's the same tower, a similar tower, if it chose to use the same control mechanisms or not. It's all up to your decisions here, and whether you want to tell everyone or not. Pius is kind of like unconscious for a good 15 minutes, though, as this is going on.
What happened? I leave for 5 minutes. What are y'all doing here?
Yeah, he's just like on his knees making making sounds.
What did y'all do?
It's the old dial-up noise when you try and connect to the internet.
What did you do to Pius?
He wished for his memory back.
That's quite a memory.
Risky. And dangerous.
Yeah. Look, there's a ton of rats ahead. I think there's a way up. I think there's a way back down, but we have to get through these rats. They've got a nest. There's so many of them. I don't know if we'll be able to sneak through them all is the problem. There's some chests over there, though.
We'll handle them in time. By the way, this is a wishing well. Legitimate wishing well.
Interesting.
So, if you would like to make a wish,
I look up at the sign. The sign said 1 gold for 1 wish.
1 gold, 1 wish, 1 life.
I'm going to, while they're all making their wishes, I will go last. And I'm going to meditate while that happens.
Wrath pulls out a gold coin and flips it, and as it's in the air, he says, "I wish I was 20 years younger and ageless."
Alright. I was just making sure, in my head real quick, I was running some quick checks to make sure none of that was necessarily terribly out of bounds or anything. Physically, you are 20 years younger. Your speed, your stamina, all of that, like your skills and memory and how much control you have over your skills doesn't really come back. But yeah, you aren't aging, you're physically 20 years younger, and
Wait, did Wrath just become immortal? In the sense of, like, agelessness?
Yes. Basically, you just got an epic boon from that wish.
Oh my god. I didn't think that would work.
Yeah, you got an epic boon, so you drew back 20 years in age, and now you just don't age. You do, however, still have to eat, breathe, sleep, all of that fun stuff. And then I have a question for you, though. The level 20 build that you have for Wrath.
The old one or the new one?
The old one.
Okay,
Specifically.
hold on, let me pull it up.
It's just about your parameters.
Uh-huh.
Did you sink any points into strength, dexterity, or constitution? Would any of those have gone up if you just suddenly were using that stat block instead of the current one?
Yes, strength would have gone up by 2 points to 16.
It would have gone up to 16? Your strength goes up to 16.
Oh my god.
Because you physically went back to that.
Okay. Thank you. Wrath is stunned and amazed and just, like, flexing his body again.
So we're going to see him in campaigns now?
Do what?
We're going to see him later down the road in the future?
Yes, we will, depending on exactly how this all ends. Because Wrath could still be killed, could still be murdered.
Oh, yeah. He's not invincible.
And I will say outright that like immortality is a thing that most everyone in this campaign could potentially get. Immortality is not something off the table; it exists in the world. Which means, by that standard, pretty much every character can come back. I'll tell you guys right now, Pious in at least some way, shape, form will come back. Kind of guaranteed.
What does regenerated Pious look like?
Yeah, it's the whole time loop thing. Means you'll get Pious back in some way. But
hey y'all, how you doing, bud?
I love it.
Because of things going on with Nick's story, though, it's possible that Pious Nick might be the only two that come back, even with the immortality stuff going on. Like, there's just a lot of variables and factors at play here.
That is very concerning.
But yeah, that's all story to unfold. So
I love it.
One session at a time, baby.
Yeah. So there's 3 wishes down. What about Captain Flowers / Justin? Do you have a wish that you'd like to make before Nick goes?
It's just that Nick takes heterosexual life partner very seriously, so I'm sorry, Pious, you're stuck with me forever.
Life partner means my whole life until we both die simultaneously. So since you don't die, I can't either.
That's a good position.
Captain Flowers,
Yeah,
though.
I'm here with this one.
I'm still thinking. Still thinking.
You're still thinking. You're still thinking. That does leave Twilight and Nick, then, that have not made wishes. And Liramar, technically, and the Hermit, and Handy, and... Does Mechagojira count as a life?
That's a whole complex conversation about AI and like what defines.
Yeah, yeah. There's an answer that I already have when it comes to the concerns of this well, at least. So, you guys just don't know them unless you actually decide you're going to do something. Yeah, Twilight, how about you? Do you have a wish in mind?
What's the policy on wishing for more wishes?
Instant death.
You would remember out of game, because that discussion did happen, and just that whole magical and a brain that just is a lot less neurodivergent than yours. Your thoughts and memories can flow easier, so you can remember this from when that event had come up previously with Eli, when he had asked about the ramifications of wishing for more wishes, because he did bring that up. What happens is a situation where you would get more wishes, such as finding a genie's lamp, or a monkey's paw appears, or a ring of 3 wishes pops up. You would get more wishes from another source. A source that grants wishes would appear for you. You remember that.
But
I
those are also more dangerous.
They are significantly
yeah.
more dangerous.
Because I know he did something with that, and it kind of backfired on it.
He pulled a dick move where he wished to be able to cast a level 7 spell at will.
Which includes Wish. Nice. Good workaround.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, Wish is a 9th level spell.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It was a very specific 7th level spell. It was like Meteor or something. Like it summoned little comets.
Meteor Swarm.
Yeah, Meteor Swarm.
Meteor Swarm.
He very specifically wished to be able to cast it at will. And the fact that it's just at will, this constant thing that he inherently can do and always has enough magic for, he doesn't. His body didn't have the ability to just produce endless magic to do this. So he had to draw it very specifically from the surrounding environment. So he rolled a % every time to see if it happened in his general vicinity or somewhere else in the world.
Right.
Because it happened wherever there was enough magic. It didn't happen where he wanted it to. It happened where there was enough natural magic for it to occur. But he could just cast it whenever he wanted.
This little fucking podunk town just keeps getting nuked.
By the gods, what have we done to deserve this?
He did end up hitting a town actually like that. But everyone did encounter, but he looked and he realized what it was. Like in game he had enough context to go, you guys, how about we just avoid this town? And they avoided the little town completely.
It's so fucked. Damn.
Okay, so do you know what your wish is?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
If you need more time to think, I have 2 things I want to do. So if y'all want more time, I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. What is Nick wishing for?
Well, before Nick wishes, because he has been meditating for a bit before he does his wish,
Okay.
he will pull out his Vizier card
Alright.
that he still has, and he will throw it in the well and ask a question.
What question?
Is there a spell that is known that will make me as powerful or more powerful than the spell I want to be able to cast?
You get a very, 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 very concerning We'll call it a psychedelic trip. I want you to roll a Constitution save, because your body and mind are becoming disjointed for a short period for this to happen.
Oh no. Okay. Con save. Just straight. Okay. I'm good at these. I got this.
You can do it.
That is 13 plus 7, 20.
20. Good. The DC was 19. Because it is a wish spell, the equivalent of a legendary item, it would have the DC of a legendary items thing, which is 19. So you're good. You did pass it. But you feel yourself, your mind kind of leaves your body, and you have some...
I want to make this clear. Real quick, Jeff. I want to make it clear. This is me burning my question from my vizier that I got from the deck of many things. This is not my wish from the wishing one.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, continue.
But this whole scene and what you're experiencing is a big part of the context in the answer.
Yeah.
And you do feel yourself leaving your body, and you can kind of see from this outward perspective as you kind of circle around in the cavern. And as you come back down, you notice that, like, your spirit, your consciousness, whatever part of you this is that you're experiencing things through, doesn't curve towards your body. It curves towards Pius, who is still going through this little breakdown of his memory. And you enter Pius's body, and you start to kind of see that same memory. You see the memory from Pius's perspective of the scene with the blue box, and you're seeing it from Pius's perspective. So you're seeing into the two-way mirror, and you can tell it's a mirror, but you can also feel the feelings and the thoughts about how there are people on the other side of this mirror that need to be protected. You have these flashes of all the various memories of even being Pius, meeting yourself, and you're zooming from one to the next, and they're flying by rapidly, and it's making you nauseous, like being on a roller coaster that's going at, like, lethal speeds and changes. Like, you're seeing it, but it's so much at once, because you're just zooming past thousands, tens of thousands, millions of memories so rapidly after just a handful of seconds, and then you start to see them from this outside perspective where you're floating above the memories as they're all scattering, and you can see them shifting and forming in what appears to be a sheet of paper with words written across them. And you realize that Pius's brain and memories have been calculating a spell through every one of these loops, one after another, creating this spell and bringing it into existence. It is a spell that exists, that at this moment, you are the only one that knows it exists. And you can see the ritual, and you can tell it's a modified version of that one from your book. This ritual, though, the first parts of it basically say, cast Eldritch Ritual. It kind of just shorthands as if the other rituals are readily present. But it needs that ritual. And it needs a couple of other rituals that you do know of that exist in the world. They're seemingly unrelated, and they have to do more with the concept of permanencing magic, or shaping reality itself, like through true names. And then the ritual below it in these pages, as you're reading through it, takes the form of the Eldritch and brings it higher. It elevates it another step. And you have the realization that that ritual in your book is the first step to bringing back the forgotten deity. That is the first step to releasing the bars and destroying the prison that holds the forgotten deity. It is a vessel for him. And this further ritual, the only thing in this world that's known in any way, shape, or form that is beyond that ritual is the step to becoming an avatar of the forgotten deity. You know it. You have dedicated it to memory in this time. It seems like you've been floating over it for years, reading it again, thinking about it. And you snap back and you feel yourself ripped from Pius's body and thrown back in your own. And everyone, you can see it's been maybe 30 seconds that Nick's been standing here, eyes glazed over, not black or anything, just like out of it. And Nick seems to impact as if something slammed them in their stomach and falls down on their ass. And you're back in your body, Nick, with the realization about this ritual and about the one in your book.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not sure it accepts cards, Nick. You might want to throw a gold in it for your wish.
So yeah, do we have a wish that's ready to go? Well, Nick kind of thinks on the lore dump that just happened.
Me or
You, Captain Flowers, Lance, if he's got a wish for Lyramar, because Lyramar has a few gold, I guess.
He does, but he abstains.
Fair enough.
you're me.
I mean, if you know your wish, it'd be better to just make it. You see what's happening to everyone else is they're making these existential wishes, so to speak. They're making wishes that have very powerful existential ramifications, and it seems to be fucking them up a little bit. As it does when you have an existential crisis.
I wish to know about the portal that I went into.
Fair. You get a concise list of the information, because you don't, like, just have the information pop in your head. You don't just have this, like, list of knowledge as if it's a memory. You're hearing my voice right now, describing it to you. What I'm saying right now is what Twilight/Star gets in-game, including me saying that this is what Twilight and Star get. You break the fourth wall wholeheartedly to hear my voice. And you know that that portal is literally just that. It's a one portal. Every single purple portal in all of Maluviette that breaks through every one of these realities is a singular portal. It's not that it's moving. It's not that this is a piece of it. It is everywhere, and it is nowhere. But there are times where it just opens up essentially a flap to another location. And it can connect through time, it can connect through space, it can connect to things of my creation, it can connect to things of other people's creations. It all on the whims of the story that we're telling together. If for some reason it made sense, we might punch a hole straight through to Critical Role. If for some reason Matt Mercer or any of them want to do a collab, that would be enough to just suddenly tear open a portal between Maluviette and wherever they may be at that time in their own world. This portal is the fourth wall itself. Nothing more, nothing less.
May I ask a follow-up question?
You can ask, but whether you get a magical answer or not is to be seen.
detect magic.
Detect magic is not a question.
I want to know if the torment fragments have something to do with it.
You don't get a ton of information necessarily on that, but it is in regards to the portals. The portals are the fourth wall. These crystals are the reason why the fourth wall is collapsing.
Got it.
Which is why the portals and the crystals are so similar.
Perfect.
All the lore dumps. You guys are asking the best questions. I like these. Best wishes. That leaves Nick and Captain Flowers that still have a wish.
You know Metroid?
I know a little bit, not as much as you do.
Okay. You know the suit that Samus wears?
Which one?
Her prime suit? The one with the gun?
Yeah.
So let me show you a picture.
I'm aware of which one it is.
Okay. I want that.
You wish for that.
I wish for that suit of armor, yes. With the big cannon.
The ability to manifest it is a little bit beyond. Oh hey, Nick, you disappeared, reappeared, and then I heard were you having some troubles there?
Yep.
Okay.
I got it.
You got it.
I figured it out.
Good. Awesome. And you know that the world's not quite gonna produce that on its own, because there's layers upon layers of trying to deal with it. Instead, what appears in front of you is 20 pages that make up the blueprints for how to make one.
Yeah.
And the name of the blueprints up there at the top is Autoplate Pilot.
Yes.
So you know the Autoplate Pilot class that I have built is essentially the closest equivalent that you can get to this in this world.
Yes.
And you now have blueprints on how to make said suit.
Yes.
Not that you can get a lot out of it without taking class levels, but still. Autoplate Pilot is an advanced form of the Artificer class.
Yes.
Why did you turn into Scooby-Doo?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Alright. That just leaves Nick's wish.
Okay. I wish I had a spell tome or spell book that had every spell known.
Damn.
That
That's a
book of
big
yours, that book of yours that you purchased, that's just one page and front and back cover, it floats out of your bag, throws itself into the well, and you see light glowing up from it, going through the full spectrum of color. You're pretty sure even colors that no human eye could possibly perceive correctly. And then it floats back up. And the title on it has changed. From, I do not remember the exact name that of the book right now, as it was called, as a magic item that can produce non-magical things. Let me go to your inventory, because the name changed from Book of Directed Knowledge to Book of Infinite Wisdom. And you can simply flip to a spell by flipping the page. Any spell. As well as what the book did before of being able to open up any non-magical book. So yes, you officially have the entire wizard spell list. Well, the entire spell list. It's not just wizard spells in your book. It's literally every spell.
Yep.
You are only limited by how many spells you can prepare and the spell levels you can cast. And you do have a thought. Does that spell that you and Wrath saw in that vision, does it exist because of what you've already done? What you've seen? Because you've seen the parts to it?
Yes. I mean, I don't know if it does or not, but that was my hope and why I worded it the way I did.
So you're going to try to flip it open to that page then?
Yeah, I don't know the name of the spell though.
Well, you knowing what you're trying to pull up is enough to pull it up. You don't necessarily need to know some exact, precise information. The book understands.
Well, that's good.
Quite the way the wish spell works for me as well.
Yeah.
Now, if I could... I don't... Yes! I did get the spell prepared, turned into a picture and everything. It is called Wrath of Elemental Divinity. It is a 9th level abjuration spell. It has a casting time of 1 action. Its range is Emanation, I think, is the 2024 new spell range. Basically, it's a radius centered on yourself of 1 mile. It has a duration of up to 1 minute. It is concentration. It requires verbal, somatic, and material components. The material components are the tattoo itself, which does require about, if I remember correctly, I'd have to actually go open the spell up again, so you'll get the full details here in a moment. I believe it's 8,000 gold pieces worth of ink and tetracite used in the process of the tattooing, of the magical tattoo. That is the material component. Obviously, it is not used up when the spell is cast. To read the exact spell wording for you, the caster of this spell shouts the following incantation as they use their hands to pluck and weave the various elements from the air into a growing storm above them. From the shadow of light, my fury invokes deific retribution, the flame of my passion and stream of my pain, the mountain of my conviction and the tornado of my thoughts, the storm of my magic and the freeze of my vengeance. My mind, body, heart, and soul weaved into one. This is your end. The growing storm above the caster lashes out with freezing rain and lightning that rapidly slams into the ground at and around all creatures within the range. A powerful wind blowing and the bolts of lightning exploding into flames as the ground is torn to pieces. All creatures within 1 mile, including yourself, must roll a strength, dexterity, and constitution save at the start of their turn during the duration. Each save determines different effects, as follows. Strength. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone and pushed 30 feet in a random direction. On a success, they are not knocked prone and are only pushed back 15 feet. Dexterity. The creature takes 40 untyped damage, or half as much on a success. Constitution. On a failed save, the creature becomes stunned until the start of their next turn.
That's some final boss shit right there, dude.
There are an insane number of ramifications to go in line with all the powerful effects, including the fact that literally all of your team and yourself are forced to deal with strength, dex, and con saves every single turn for up to a minute.
And whoever the poor bastards within a mile are.
Everything in a mile.
Everything within a mile.
I am staying a mile away.
Yes, this is a this is a spell that invokes the full fury of all 8 elements. So yeah.
I have a spell for that.
That is the spell. It is in your book. Now I just got to get it sent. I will put it in rewards. That way you are free to save it.
Awesome.
As soon as I find exactly where it is again. Because it was way down. I've saved like 200 pictures since I got that put together.
Yeah.
So we're still in the cave, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You are still in the cavern.
Oh fuck, we still wish to get out of the damn cave.
Well, look, I went scouting ahead. There's a fuck ton of rats. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through them without a fight, possibly. I'm pretty sure they'll swarm us.
What language do rats speak?
Probably rat.
They do not
That's a
speak
good
the
point.
language, I believe. Yeah, they do not have a language. Their intelligence is 4, right below the minimum line for a language.
They probably speak rat. I don't think any of us know rat.
McSqueak and squeak.
Actually, one of us might know rat.
Speak
Looks
with
over to the
animals.
druid. Yeah. So we can go that route. Or...
The next question is, and we'll make friends with it. Are you guys going to kill it?
Only if it attacks us.
Yeah, we're just trying to get
I'm
through
like, what
here.
you say to my little Billy Goat guy?
I don't even know how to respond. We're just trying to get through here.
Yeah, okay.
If
And
they're
maybe
going
get
to
the
attack
chest-
and kill, then we are going to attack and kill them back. Plain and simple.
That's fine, but that's fine. May I at least tempt it?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So
The only one that
that
can.
the tattoo is worth 2,000 gold pieces, by the way. Just so I can say it on stream.
Just the tattoo itself, not
Yeah.
the other components.
Well, the other components are verbal and somatic. It's
So the tetracite and everything.
2,000 gold pieces worth of all of making the tattoo. Which 2,000 gold piece for a tattoo is kind of a big amount in a lot of ways. Until you start getting the fact there's legendary tattoos.
Nick, I have enough to get us both tattoos. We're good, baby.
I've got enough to pay for my own, so...
Well, I just have it in tetracite already.
Oh, that's fair. I did just collect a shit ton in the last room.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey
So,
guys, remember when y'all were mad at me for blowing up a cave?
Yeah, and as far as the spell itself, like you're gonna have to take a while just going over it and like actually learning all its core components, because the spell does actually take like 5 pages of just basic condensed information. Even Wish only takes 4. So, even for a 9th level spell, this one's complex.
Oh yeah.
But we are at 2.5 hours. We have made it through the combat that we started the session with. We have climbed up. We have scouted the area. We have all made our wishes. We have even used the Vizier now. We have lore dumped all to hell. We have gotten a lot of potential super upgrades that just aren't available quite yet. You all have set yourselves up for wonderful, blissful success or ruinous torment. It all depends on what you choose to do. Either way, you're going big. You're not going home. So, we will go ahead and take our mid-session break. And then we will come back, refreshed, having had some time to sit back and think on everything that just happened before we move forward.
Get freaky with your beat, with your beat, with your beat. Get freaky with your beat, with your beat, with. Get freaky. it with your beat. With your beat. With your beat. I'll get freaky with your beat. With your beat. Get freaky.
Alright, we are back from the break then. We got someone that'll be back in just a moment. So, first up, we realized that Wrath actually had a slightly higher charisma as well, or not charisma, constitution. So Wrath's constitution is going up, and the modifier is increasing by 1 on that one. The avatar spell, the avatar of the Forgotten Deity, the avatar of Yak, it's Greek alphabet, not Latin. I screwed that up. It is Greek, not Latin. It is Iota, Alpha, Chi, Kappa. Or if you put it into essentially the Latin alphabet that we use with English, IA, X, K. Not sure exactly why that is, given that the deity's name is Chaos, and you know that. That pretty much wraps that up. So yeah, we come back, and the Hermit, as everyone's kind of getting ready to leave, they've made their wishes. You guys have all had this existential moment, and the Hermit kind of doesn't move and is still next to the wishing well as you're all starting to walk away. And you notice, and you turn around, and he starts talking to everyone.
I don't want to be presumptuous, but I don't really care actually if these rags stop working. I don't care if I die because of it. But would anyone be willing to give me a gold? There's a wish I actually would really like to make.
Of course, and I'll flick him a gold.
He catches it with relative ease, as he seems prone to do. And you don't really notice any changes happen with him. And he flicks it into the well, and you can all hear his wish. He's not even trying to be quiet or muttered, and he's just, I wish I knew why Jessica chose me to suffer like this, to help all of you, to always be in pain. And none of you get the answer when this wish happens. And it's fairly quick response after he makes the wish, and he just kind of collapses. And he starts to cry. And they don't necessarily seem to be tears of sadness or joy. It's neutral. But he's clearly overwhelmed by whatever answer he got.
Well, give him a minute. All right. Are you satisfied?
Yes. Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, let's continue. I know my purpose now, and I am happy to have that purpose.
That's more than most people can say. Let's continue.
All right. Whew, let me take some breaths, because I had to well up a whole lot of my actual pain to try getting the emotion across while doing that voice.
Wrath will take a gold coin and just slip it like on the rim of this wishing well, leaving it there for somebody else.
Okay.
You know what? I'll do that too.
Alrighty. So you all continue on. You go through room 6 and you head up into that tunnel to the northeast of the big pond room. And you can see all the rats moving around. How do you choose to proceed?
Animal handling.
Animal handling, did you want to... I believe you still have a spell slot to cast Speak with Animals. Did you want to do that, or just straight animal handling, trying to make them not be aggressive?
Let me think. You know... Trying to look and see which one's better. Is the animal hand?
Well, I mean, Speak with Animals, literally... Animal friendship? Yeah, I mean... Well, it's charmed, that would only be one of what appears to be maybe 100 rats, though, so animal friendship probably won't do much. Speak with Animals lets you talk to them.
Okay.
That's why I said, do you want to cast Speak with Animals and try to talk to them, or do you want to just do a straight animal handling?
Kind of broke up there for a second. Yeah.
Because Speak with Animals does nothing by itself. So, did you want to cast the spell, though? Because you are low on spell slots.
Yes.
While she's casting hers, Wrath is twirling the ring around his own finger, and he'll cast Speak with Animals also so that he can understand.
Alrighty. What do you do? Twilight, you have the floor. You see all the rats skittering around, their brains exposed. You do not know how so many rats could have their skulls split open like this.
What happened to them? Like, I mean, did someone hurt them, or can we help in any way?
Are you trying to ask them that or me that?
Yeah.
Them?
Yeah.
You start trying to ask them, and you get a pretty overwhelming as like a whole bunch of them that are right there, kind of food, hunger, eat.
Oh god, they're zombie rats. Shit.
And they start approaching cautiously and slowly, but they do start approaching.
Wrath, do you announce that?
Wrath is watching. Oh my god, Twilight. Excuse me.
I thought didn't you say you also had speak with animals going?
Yeah, he's waiting to see what she's gonna do.
Tempest, may I get a snack from the bag?
Yeah, here.
What do you pull out of the bag? Cheese?
No, peanut butter. Peanut butter.
Oh, peanut butter. You pull out a 16-ounce jar of Peter Pan peanut butter.
I open it.
Are you trying to offer it to them, or are you just like holding it up like at your chest?
Maybe like kind of open it just a little bit, and then like kind of see if it's me that they want or if it's actual food.
Well, rats are not too picky. They're scavenger animals normally. They are still just approaching you all the same. They have not changed the way they're moving because you're standing there holding a jar of peanut butter. Open or not. They're only, like, maybe 10 inches tall. As long as you're standing, you are looming way over them.
Right. I'll just kind of like, maybe put a little on the lid and then kind of slide it over to them.
Go ahead and roll an animal handling check. You have advantage.
I'm gonna ready a sacred flame. If one of these rats attacks somebody, it's dead.
I'm making sure to stand real close to you guys because I don't want to get bit and turn into some zombie.
Ooh, zombie tempest would be quite interesting.
We're not ready for that.
No, especially in your lichen form. Jesus Christ.
That is definitely not 1d20 plus your modifier. You do not get a 70 on your animal handling. You're not that good.
She's Ace Ventura. Jesus Christ.
I wish for it! I wish to be it!
Nope, you already got your one wish per lifetime.
That would have been a hell of a wish, though.
To be Ace Ventura.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Oh my god,
too little.
Hi, ho, chitty bang bang, chitty bang bang.
Oh, that reminds me about how much trouble I used to get in an elementary school for bending over and acting like my asshole was talking.
Hell yeah, I used to do that too. It's good shit.
I am going to prepare Shatter to be cast in a 10-foot area.
All right.
Not trying to avoid hitting Twilight if I can. If not,
yeah, there's space enough for it. And it looks like about roughly 20 rats. You've got about 20 of their attention at the moment. And with a 15, you do notice that the couple at the front do start to try to lick up the peanut butter and everything else, and then more of them, as they're getting closer, start trying to get in there, and they start fighting over it and becoming very violent and angry towards each other because there's such a small amount of food and so many of them. They are very big for a normal rat, but they're nothing like the giant rats of D&D and Maluviette. They're not like medium creatures that a halfling could ride. They're like the size of a house cat, roughly.
Perfect. I just kind of start spreading it. Like I kind of move over to the wall. I kind of just spread it over there, like kind of pour out the whole thing, and just kind of spread it around with my hands, and then kind of let's move on.
So you're trying to distract them and like tell the party, let's move on, like go around them.
Yeah, just kind of let them eat, and we move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
you notice the rats are going for the peanut butter as she's saying this.
Alright, this way. And I'll lead them forward and kind of stop right before we get like into number 7 and point out 2 and be like, there's some chests over there. I don't know if y'all are interested.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with this.
Always.
I'm picking up a rat, though. I want to take a rat.
You want to pick up and take a rat with you.
There it is.
That's how the infection spreads.
Yep. Alright, I think I'm going to go with Tabaxi for my next character.
Nah, we're fine. I got us.
Okay, admittedly, everyone, including Mecha Gojira, has a passive stealth that is higher than these cranium rats' passive perception, because they got a passive 10.
Well, I feel like they'd have a disadvantage anyway because they're eating peanut butter.
That was only 20 of them. The rest of them you didn't have the attention of.
Them here.
As you were moving up past 8, you could see there was a whole bunch still in there, but they weren't really attentive and they didn't notice you as you were traveling. And you basically got the attention of the ones in 3. Those are the ones that went down to 5 where you're doing everything with the peanut butter. Off to the right, you can't really see anything through this magical darkness there. But you start to hear some, like, almost like an octopus on a table live at a sushi restaurant type of sound.
Fuck.
Alright.
In that darkness.
I hate that.
Yeah, I hate it too. Let's just not.
And then, of course, off to the left, you have room 2 where those chests are. But you also notice there's like another 25 or so rats in there. Not to mention the ones down the path to the right in 1, and the ones forward up 7 through that part of the tunnel.
No, none of this is worth it. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Are you sure? I can handle all of them in 2. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not killing anything. Trust me, I would not kill a single one of them.
Right.
I kind of want to see this.
Other thing.
Trust me.
I want to see this unfold. Honestly,
I just out of game. I wanna tell you guys about these cranium rats because in game you have every reason to worry like this. Out of game, if you knew these things' stats, this is a laughable encounter. They are all challenge 0 with 2 hit points.
Huh.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them. Look, I swear I wouldn't kill any of them. I do need some tools, though, in case it's locked or trapped. The chests, I mean. I don't have any of those.
You can take Handy with you.
Does anyone have thieves' tools or anything that could possibly be used as a lockpick?
Pius has a screwdriver.
That's true.
That's true, actually. Come on, you come with me, Pius.
Alright, I'm gonna follow Rapid.
I'll walk to where I'm, like, at the entrance to this room. No.
So looking at the map, you guys are of course coming in from the entrance where 3 is. If you look up there, that is shaped like a goddamn ditto.
A little bit.
Where Ditto's arms and head are, there's 3 humps there. There's a chest in each one of those humps, and then off to the left, there's most of the rats are kind of over there right now.
Can I get all of them in a 30-foot cone? I don't know how big these squares are.
Each square is like 15 feet, roughly.
Okay.
This map is not an exact rendition of the area you're in, so
Okay.
it's very approximate.
Could I get... Okay, I'm going to line up a majority of them, however the majority would be that I could get in a 30-foot cone.
Down into the lower left portion of room 2 here. That'll be most of them.
And I cast Fear.
I see now.
Fear is a wisdom save, correct?
Yes, indeed.
And
Joke's on you.
They gotta roll really goddamn high now with their +0 wisdom. They natural 1.
Oh,
+0.
There's rat turds everywhere now.
So
the rats very quickly turn on themselves.
Yeah, they must take the dash action and move away from me by the safest available route, which I'm blocking, so the next part comes into play unless there is nowhere to move. So they're pretty much stuck in this corner, and as long as it can see me, it is feared. It has to end its turn in a location where it doesn't have line of sight of me. To have another saving throw.
They instantly turn on each other. Trying to get as far away from you as possible means putting more of them between the individual and you. And they begin attacking each other very violently.
Well, that was unforeseen, and I apologize. That was not my intention.
And you all hear in your heads, the great dragon god! It will destroy us! I will not be killed here! You all will die! And you're hearing this overlap of many voices that sound like this, all like they're fighting each other in an extreme panic and fear, as you realize that all of these rats have telepathy.
Okay, go get the damn chest, go, hurry up!
Okay, which one are you going to? Left, middle, right?
Middle.
The one in the middle. Alright. You're going up, and what's the first thing you're doing? Checking to see if it's locked, or are you just going to start trying to pick the lock without even checking it?
I'm gonna punch it.
You're gonna punch it! Roll the hit! See if you punch it hard enough to do anything.
Well, I just want to make sure it's not a mimic. Because I don't like mimics. So that would be plus strength mod, right?
Yes, plus strength mod. And proficiency.
Oh, I didn't add proficiency, but...
I mean, I'd say you're probably pretty good there.
Yeah.
All creatures are proficient with their natural weapons, and your unarmed strikes are natural weapons.
Oh.
It's extended deep diving into the rules, because at no point does it actually say it. Gotcha. But by technicality, your fists are your natural weapons. And all creatures are proficient by raw with their natural weapons. So
I punch
That's
real
fair.
good.
You punch real good. You have a +7 modifier, correct?
I thought my save was plus. Oh no, I do. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
so
because
that's
it kept going
that's
up.
a dirty 20 then.
Get it, dude!
Yeah, so you have a +7 modifier, which means your unarmed strikes deal 8 damage with 1+ modifier. Kind of insane, right?
I punch real good.
God, you thick.
I'm big boy.
Thick boy.
There's 3 C's on that punch.
It's some cake right there.
The robot got the cake, man. Got!
Fucking hell.
Hell yeah.
So is it a mimic?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it is.
I knew it!
You punch it, and your fist just kind of sticks to it for a moment, but you rolled high enough to consider as a strength check here to pull your fist back, because that was your plan, was to punch, drive through, pull back. That's how people punch. Yeah, you hit it. You pop it. That thing is definitely a mimic. You feel the stickiness. You feel it. And it lets out a low.
Not that anyone is surprised, but we have a mimic in this fucking room.
Yeah, and of course you all remember that when the dude was telling you about things, he's talking about rats with their brains showing, a pile of flesh with mouth and eyes, these snails with tentacles, cubes of acid, and chests that were eating people.
Yeah, we took that and ignored it.
But yeah, let's get some initiatives in here.
It's real sad that I interrogated the guy. My first thought was, what guy?
Oh,
So wait, we're doing what?
Initiative.
Who are we
The Bop the
killing?
Chest, the mimic.
Pius got a 14!
Not bad.
These mimics
Not great,
got a
not
total
bad.
3. The mimic got a
Oh,
total
good.
3. It got a +1 on that too. It rolled. Tempest got a 24.
Nice.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Fucking monks.
Twilight on that 14 with Pius, but Twilight has a higher bonus, so Pius got a 13.5.
Yep.
I was doing a lucky feet roll.
Yeah, lucky feat to try re-rolling it, and you got lower, so obviously you want 14 still. What
Yeah.
about Nick?
19.
19. Captain Flowers, you still gotta roll yours. Wrath.
Wrath got a 16. Lyramar got a 20.
I got a 20. Captain Flowers got a 14 as well.
Did you get breath back on a short rest? I didn't even realize.
I think you do. I think you
You
get it
do.
back on all rests. So Twilight, Pius, and Captain Flowers all got a 14, by the way. Captain
Damn.
Flowers has a higher modifier than Pius. So the reality is Twilight got a 14, Flowers got a 13.6, and Pius got a 13.3.
Damn.
Not that it matters, because no one got a 13 on initiative, but...
I go first, suckers! Ladies
of the three of you, yes. But Tempest is the actual first in the turn order.
Right.
There are plenty of these cranium rats in every goddamn direction. And then there's a clear mimic in the middle. The middle of those three chests is been called out as a mimic.
And who's standing next to it right now?
Yeah, Pius is immediately next to it in the middle of the three. There's about 10 feet between the other, between the one on the left, and there's another 10 feet to the one to the right. So, like, the chests are each 10 feet apart. And Pius is the center one and going, "This is a mimic, guys! We were told they were in here!"
Yeah, there's probably nothing worthwhile in there.
You're like, fuck it, let's just go.
So you're just gonna leave me in here with this thing?
Okay, I'm gonna just I'm gonna lazily walk in there and just lift my scythe up, waiting for it to move.
I mean, you know it's a mimic. You can go ahead and just smack it at this point.
Pius is just pointing at it and looking back and forth between it and you.
Wait, so it's not even actively attacking?
The mimic hasn't done anything yet, other than let out a weak ouch, essentially. It let out an animal "I just got punched in the face" noise. Imagine if you punched a Great Dane. That's the sound it made.
The issue is that Pius decided to go all Kratos on the chest and was like, "I'm gonna punch it open."
But you're not trapped with it, so you could just walk out.
yeah, no one's actually trapped here. You're like, whatever, let's just leave it. You can just walk away.
I'm gonna punch. Can I punch the other two chests?
You'll have to wait till your turn. But yeah. But
Okay.
so Tempest, are you gonna stand there and wait, or are you gonna actually start moving on?
I'm gonna stand there and wait since he made that comment.
Well, because here's the thing: if the other two chests are not mimics, we could just get the loot and then fuck off.
Who cares about
and if they are mimics, and they do attack, I can't. It's obligation. I can't let you go 1v3.
It's obligation.
It'd be fun though.
I just want to get to the surface.
Alright, so Tempest, you're just holding your entire turn to see if there's more mimics, basically.
Yes!
Okay, Liramar is up next, and you've heard it discussed that, well, let's see if the other two are mimics. Well, this one that we know is a mimic is, like, getting ready to attack.
Yeah, he'll walk over to Wrath and kind of just stand between Wrath and the mimics and throw his Javelin of Lightning. He can't activate it, but...
Throw it at the one you know it's a mimic, or one of the other two?
Yeah, the one that was called out a mimic.
Alright, roll to hit.
17 to hit.
That hits. Go ahead and roll the damage.
9 points of piercing damage.
9 pierce.
And that's his turn.
Aye! Stop being silly. Alright, that mimic took some damage. Liramar's turn is done. That makes it Nick's turn. There are rats in this room that were not afeared. In that kind of upper section towards the chest on the right. You've gotten their attention, and they are telepathically shouting, currently, the same thing that Twilight had heard when she used Speak with Animals originally. Food, hunger, eat. And there's 5 of them up there. Uh-oh, is Nick muted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. On the chest on the right-hand side with all of the rats around it.
Yep.
We don't know if that chest is a mimic yet, but I'm gonna cast Shatter a little bit behind the chest, or next to the chest, to where it misses Pius, hits some of the rats, and hopefully, if it's a normal chest, shatters the chest open.
You can hit it just fine. That chest is 10 feet away from Pius.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can get it in basically, like, all the rats.
Okay, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Start the
I said
rats!
we're gonna farm the rats.
I didn't want to!
I never promised that.
The rats have also shown themselves ready to eat all of you unless you can produce a whole lot of food for a whole lot of rats.
And half of the amount of rats in this room is a lot of food. So...
Yeah, there's a whole lot of the rats trying to kill and eat each other currently.
I know you guys have meat.
It's not my turn, though.
Let's see. The DC is
16.
Yeah, that's a big old fat fail.
Alright, that is 10 damage.
10 damage as you just kind of watch the rat's brains kind of shake and shiver from the thunder, the damage, and then they just kind of pop, just splattering gray matter all over the place. So it is very pink, not very much gray, but the chest does not do what a normal chest would do. How much damage was that again?
10.
10. The chest doesn't like pop open. You don't hear like see like the lock just like kind of like pop up as if it's locked and back down or anything like that. You don't hear any of the normal wooden metal sounds that would be made. And it makes none of the normal movements of a chest either. It jiggles a bit, but it doesn't really move like it's made of wood.
You want to see my shock face?
Want to see the shocked Pikachu face? Too bad. I'm not. Yep, there's a second mimic here.
I'm gonna say they're probably all mimics. And that'll be my turn.
But what if they're not?
That makes it Wrath's turn. There's one chest left. Undecided. Or unproven, I should say. Maybe you've decided it is a mimic, but it has not been proven.
And all those rats are dead on the right side now, right?
Oh yeah, those rats, their gray matter is all over the walls and the chest. The mimic.
Oh, I didn't want it to come to that. I can walk over to the final chest and hit it with the Staff of Thunder and Lightning.
Roll to hit.
24.
Alright, roll your damage.
That is 9 points of bludgeoning, and in an attempt to scare the rats away, he'll use the thunder effect. So if it is alive, it has to succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw, or be stunned.
It is not stunned, but you feel the squishy, non-wooden body of it.
Okay, fair enough. This one too.
Mimic.
There's 3 mimics,
Check
a
again.
bunch of rats.
Check again. I don't think you're right.
Oh, it's one. It's a mimic.
Damn it. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
And the rats now have a lane that they can run out of.
Yeah, they're gonna just start bolting to run out that way because you're not there, and they aren't scared of everybody else. But you get a telepathic shout from the ones that survived, because like 4 of them did die from all the biting and fighting they did in the corner. As they start to move. The remaining like roughly 15 are running out, and you get a telepathic message. Many friends, we eat you, we come back.
Yeah, we need to go, guys.
Hey.
Like, they're clearly scared, but they also have a very clear intent of harming you at this point, scared or not.
Let's get.
Does that include me?
Unless you want to hurt some rats.
That is the
No,
group
like,
at
does
large.
that, like, the rats fear me, or is it just, like, everybody?
The rats are scared of Wrath, not of everyone else, but they are currently spending all of their attempt to get away from Wrath. And threatening to come back with bigger numbers.
Yep.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we'll be long gone by the time they get out.
Alright, so y'all are heading up 7 and trying to get away from the mimics. We definitely need to stay in turn order, as there's a whole lot of shit trying to attack you right now, though. But Tempest, you were holding your turn to find out if you were leaving or not, so you can be the first to go. You can dash and go 80 feet and just kind of be past everything, essentially. Just run up the lane past all these rats.
Yes, and when I come to a stop, I'm just holding up a finger, the whole fuck this shit, I am out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. This may get even worse. No, with the natural 5, there's no way they fucking hit you. Every single rat you pass going up that way, which as you're going and you kind of go around the curve, you realize there's actually about like 40 rats in this little space of tunnel right now, and every single one of them tries to bite you. You're too fast, you're too agile, they're not getting you. You're good. None of them bite you successfully. And you kind of get up towards that exit space, into the next map area.
You guys coming?
So yeah, that takes 80 movement, so it's going to take more than one turn to get up past all that for everyone else.
I have an idea, but everyone needs to get close to me and brace themselves.
No, I have a better
That changes Tempest initiative to 15. You have something quick to say in turn order?
Yeah. It was. So whose turn is it actually?
Whose turn is it? After Tempest, it's Twilight's turn.
Oh, okay. I'm throwing out all of my 99 suckers.
You're gonna use an action to grab them and just toss them.
Yeah. Unwrap them and toss them.
So you're moving your normal 30 to get out into the hallway where the rats are, because none of them are alive in that room. And are you tossing it backwards the way you came, or forward the way you're going? Because there's rats both directions.
More towards, like, the wall. So, like, it gets them out of our sight.
Okay, go to Highroad Maps real quick. Go to the Highroad Maps channel. Pull up the second map, the one that's marked 1F, Orc Chieftain Catacomb. You're standing in the middle of 3. Which way do you throw them? There are rats down 8, 5, 1, and that little gap with no number underneath you in 3 is darkness that you cannot see in, and you heard octopus-like noises. Which way do you throw them?
8.
Towards 8? Towards their nest? Okay. You spend your turn, you throw out all the lollipops still in wrappers down there. You got 30 feet of movement to kind of move up towards 7 and start the trip at least. And that makes it Captain Flowers' turn.
I'm gonna brace.
You're gonna brace?
I'm gonna brace.
You're not gonna try to follow Tempest, who has moved 80 feet towards your destination and goal. You're just gonna stand there.
I thought I was gonna brace with Wrath, but whatever.
I mean, I'm not sure what you're bracing for, other than rats running at you to attack. Maybe some mimics. Apparently, you're at that edge of 2, so...
I'm running.
Alright, you move your 50. Mecha Gojira's following, in pursuit.
Stomp, 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 stomp.
Stomp, 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 stomp. None of the rats can make a second opportunity attack. Pius's turn, then. You would make it about as far as Twilight did, just because you gotta get out of the room and then start moving upwards, like she did.
Well, I'm gonna dash though.
Yeah, that's with your dash. Like, your normal movement will get you to the edge of the room, and then that dash bonus, your movement again, is 1 movement speed, which is what Twilight made.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, only 1 opportunity attack. Which was a natural 9, so it misses.
Yay.
So yeah, you get that movement up there. And then, after Pius comes the mimics and the rats and just everything else going on in here. The mimics with their dash have a speed of 30. Wrath and Nick, the 2 of you are the ones that didn't... Well, 2 of you and Liramar didn't really get away from the entrance, so you're all within its speed, but only if it dashes. So one mimic comes up to each of you, and that's its whole turn, because it's kind of hard for a box to walk.
Yeah,
They
thank
got no
God it's not a
names.
Dark Souls mimic.
Oh god. Yeah, no, that's I think I ended up calculating out a version of a mimic that actually can do that, and I calculated out like a challenge 6.
Ooh.
So you'll get there, because right now the only mimics I've properly set it out are this type of mimic, just for every challenge. So you don't even know what challenge rating these mimics are, you just know they're mimics. Yeah, so they can't really do anything, but all those rats, they got the speed to circle around and attack Twilight.
What?
Yep. Now, they're kind of like stacking on top of each other, pushing each other out of the way. But two distinct groups of 8, so 16 of them attempting to attack you, actually get in there, and they got their advantage going on, and both groups of 8 rolled a natural 19 with their +4, I believe. Yes, so 23, which is enough to hit your AC, so you take 16 points of damage as 16 of them bite you.
This is bullshit! I was trying to help them!
They seem a little bit evil and like they just don't give a shit, as they've begun to just telepathically chant, "Dinner! Dinner! Dinner! Dinner!" They see all of you as nothing more than food.
What about the one that I'm holding?
You never successfully rolled a grapple check because you have not had a turn to do so yet.
Oh, I thought I picked one up.
You said you were, but you didn't exactly have the action economy for it at that moment, as things started happening. So yeah, the rats do that, and we move on back to the top of the turn order for Lyramar.
Lyramar will hold his action to dash with Wrath whenever Wrath moves.
He's going to move in sync with Wrath?
Yep.
Alright, so whole turn, he's going to turn to a 15.5 on his initiative order then. He's just holding his whole turn. So it goes you, him, Tempest, because Tempest has a 15, so Lyramar's got a 15.5 now. Because both two people have held turn, and both of them came after Wrath.
That's fair. So it's Wrath's turn?
It is Nick's turn after Lyramar.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm going to Starlight Step and move as close as I can with my Starlight Step to the exit. To where Tempest went to. So it's 30 feet.
So that's bonus action 30 feet, and then you can take a dash and do a total 60 normal move, so you can get 90 feet.
Nope.
Yeah.
I am not going to dash.
Not dash?
No, I'm not going to dash. I'm going to use the rest of my 30 and walk the rest of the way as far as I can.
Okay. So you break up your normal movement. You move about like 15, jump 30, and then 15 again for moving. Because that 30 jump gets you like right over the gap of rats. So you get up to the edge and then teleport to the other edge.
The big thing I wanted to do was that choke point on the map.
Which point on the map?
Not like where the... Sorry. I put a chip in my mouth for some stupid reason.
Ooh, that reminds me, I have chips.
The choke point at 3 to 1, where the tunnel is narrowed, right, as 3 ends and 1 begins. I'm going to hold to where I can see that, and I'm going to hold Wall of Force to throw up Wall of Force as soon as everybody else is on that side of that choke point to where I can cut it off.
So you're going, everyone's going up 7 towards 9 currently.
Oh, then
So
yeah, I would.
same
then
thing, but
I would
different
do
spot.
the same thing. Yeah, then I would do the same thing from. Yeah.
You're getting ready to cut off the path between all the bad guys and the party. Cool. Yeah, that works. That would explain why you're not dashing, is because you're holding the action for Wall of Force. That makes it Wrath's turn, and therefore Larimar. So two of you can both kind of try to book it through.
Okay, so Wrath is going to cast... Where'd it go? Warding Wind. It is a 10-foot radius around him. It moves with him, and it is 20-mile-an-hour winds. Just pushing constantly away from him. It deafens, it extinguishes unprotected flames, hedges out vapor, gas, fog. It's difficult for terrain for creatures other than you. And ranged weapon attacks have disadvantage if it passes through. But he's trying to use this as a buffer for the rats as he walks through.
Okay.
Which is why Larimar held the dash action, because it's difficult terrain for him.
Gotcha. Cool. So, as you're going through and the winds are whipping, you notice that even though everything's been pretty much frosted over that you've dealt with so far here, I mean, well, not really frosted over, it hasn't been, I said that backwards. All of this area hasn't really been frosted over, like the other areas were, like 4, 5. It was just 6 on this floor that seemed to be frosted over. As you're coming back up, though, through 7, you notice that it's frosting over again. Luckily, it's not this big heat difference, so no con saves. But it's frozen over enough that the force of the wind hitting it starts to crack the ice across the floor and up the walls. Not to any effect at the moment, but you notice that it's doing this.
Interesting. As I'm the only one that can hear anything in this bubble of wind.
Yeah. Yeah, and outside of it, because the cracking is going outside of it, all of you can hear the ice cracking and you can see it breaking too. But Larimar and you get through. Larimar is going to be the one that takes the brunt of these opportunity attacks. Or possibly. Natural 20 on the first group of them.
Okay.
And since there's about 40, we're going to break them into 4 groups of 10. Because I do not want to roll ADD20 right now.
Is this for the rat?
Yeah, this is for the rats. So the first group got a nat 20. The second group got a total 15, which I believe is lower than his AC because he wears plate.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a 21. The third group got a 22. And the last group got a 23.
Okay.
So that would be a total of 40 damage.
He is out.
Actually, hold on. Cranium rats do flat damage, and crits only double dice. 30 damage, because there was nothing to double.
Okay. He is not out.
Yeah, I just realized that is a weird distinguishment that doesn't come up very often. Crits, double, dice. This is a flat 1. It literally is not a die. It is not a D1, a D2, or anything like that. And since they were all individual hits, there's no crit, there's no save for massive damage. He is fine. He's got some blood, though, rushing off of him, as a lot of rats did manage to get in the little creases and crevices of the armor and catch skin. One of them managed up the face to bite, even, before being thrown back down. Got swarmed by these rats, essentially, trying to get through them. Two of you do make it, like, to the other side. To the other side of Nick, even. So there's about 20 feet between the two of you and the rats. And then that would make it Tempest's turn. Tempest, you're already the one furthest ahead, currently.
Mm-hmm.
So you could wait for everyone to finish coming through. You can tell Nick is ready to do something. Everyone else is following. Or you can just kind of walk into the next room and start taking a look around.
I'm gonna poke my head in.
So you start down and you notice this is a pretty long tunnel going forward. And like your normal movement, because you didn't dash, wasn't enough to quite actually get to anything. And it is getting colder and colder, but you managed to come around a bend. And you can see down it, and you can see it opens up into a very odd-looking cavernous space up ahead.
Better be the fucking exit.
That makes it... yeah, you still have an action. Do you want to do anything?
I'm going to continue to wait.
You're just going to stand there and wait now? Hurry and wait! Wait! Faster! Twilight's turn, though. Yeah, you were surrounded by rats that just bit you, bit Liramar, and you can see Nick getting ready to do something.
I am fucking pissed. Let's see. I was thinking, how many rats am I surrounded by?
A lot.
A lot. Yeah, like 16 of them.
I'm gonna throw one of the vitals of poison.
You're gonna throw one of the poison vials?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They will attempt their constitution save to resist becoming poisoned. With a natural 5, even with their bonus, they're not meeting the DC on that. It is dust, and is a low DC of 11, but they fail it. They have all developed the poison status condition. Which is cool, because now they have disadvantage to counter any advantages they may get from being in large groups.
I don't know how many poison vitals I had.
You only had 1. That was all you were able to collect and sort out, was 1 poison vial worth.
Alright. I guess I'm gonna go... Who'd you say I was next to? Wrath or Pious?
You would be currently closest to Pious.
I'm gonna go by Pious.
You're just gonna stop trying to go down the hallway and you're just gonna stand there next to Pious, who's currently trying to go down the hallway?
I mean...
Everyone's running down the hallway. So I'm asking if you are choosing to stop while everyone runs down a hallway, or if you're going to run down the hallway like everybody else.
No, I'll just wait for Pious. Sorry.
Pious is next to you and he's running down the hallway.
And I'm running.
Yeah, everyone is running down the hallway. There is nobody to wait for.
Okay, I thought you said someone was, like, holding their turn or something. Never mind.
Nick,
I'm out of it.
Nick is standing ahead of you, waiting to do something.
Okay, that's right. That's right. That's what you said.
Yeah. There was nobody to wait for, though. Alright, so you just run. Gotcha. Well, you can't. You move 30 feet, because you used your action to throw a vial. Which gets you to the other side. Gets you, like, right up next to Nick, roughly. After Twilight is Captain Flowers. I think I might have missed Captain Flowers' turn last time. I don't remember it.
Captain Flowers!
Oh, sounds like he's falling asleep.
Same.
We're almost there. We're just about at the 4-hour mark, and you guys are almost through the encounter.
I can cast 18. What am I doing?
I'm guessing everyone's just trying to run.
Yay!
Everyone's trying to run.
I run really
Is
fast.
tired though. He wasn't
I cast
18
God,
to run.
prepare to meet God.
Wish must have really fucked him up, man.
Let's see. Pius, Captain Flowers are basically the only two that haven't been able to finish making it over. Both of you are going to be able to run through. So yeah, that would give Nick the opportunity to cast Wall of Force, block off all enemies. Not much reason to say in turn order. There's a very obvious outcome at this point.
Yay!
So yeah, you guys are on the other side of a wall of force that is big enough to actually block off the space. Rats are coming out trying to get to you. The mimics are coming around the corner and you can see them, but it's not like they can get through a wall of force.
I would hope not.
And suddenly, pineapples.
No.
And pineapple,
pineapples.
apple pen.
Hello. Yeah. So we can wrap up here. All of you going into the third and final section of these stupid tunnels that have these wildly different temperatures based on what part you're in. And it seems to be getting significantly colder again as you're going down this tunnel into that last portion. You've got a wall to defend yourselves. It's going to stay up for quite some time, and since it was cast from the staff, it does not require concentration. But Wrath, you hear in your head as you kind of start going down this way to leave us on this cliffhanger. You hear a gravelly voice, as if a rock was talking to you, a boulder was speaking to you in your mind. And you hear it say, Risha may have chosen you, but I still don't believe you have what it takes.
Da, da, da.
No, I got the perfect. Here we go.
Yes!
There we
Oh my god!
And that is where we're gonna wrap up tonight. So, for all my lovely chocobos and moogles, thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. There was a whole lot of lore dump tonight. The Wishing Well always produces fun effects. It's why I do it for low-level sections near the beginning of long campaigns.
Yeah.
So, just real quick before we actually fully end it, though, Dylan, Deuce, and Lance, since you're the ones totally new to that experience, how did you feel about the Wishing Well?
I think there's a lot of repercussions that are going to happen because of it.
No, it felt really good. Like, I had to text them. Like, I had to text my wife and be like, I did a thing.
I was mostly torn between wishing for what I wished for, or wishing to become a size larger, or wishing to be resistant to all damage types. That was my other two. I weighed heavy on those, but I wanted more lore, so I went with that.
I mean, I was kind of new to it too. I mean,
this is only the second time that you experienced it, because we had not reached the wishing well for the second campaign that fell through with the Saturday group. So you only experienced the one on that first campaign. So yeah, you're kind of new to it also. You've experienced it a couple times though. What do you think about it? As just a concept for D&D, and not necessarily specifically tonight, but
I really like it. I honestly can't really remember the wishing well in the first campaign. Maybe I wasn't there or something, but I don't really recall it. So that's why I was asking about like wishing for more fishes, or
you were there, but like the Saturday group, I think like Justin was missing, so one of the more creative wishes that could have happened there was lost because he wasn't there. Maya was newer, so a lot of the wishes were things like, I wish for 1,000,000 gold. It was all very basic stuff, nothing that really led to much. It was boring.
Right. And so I was like, I don't know really what to do, so I guess I'll just, hope for the best of getting, like, I kind of really wanted to know more information on it, but I really liked it. I had a lot of, I was wondering about the portal, and I also wanted to take maybe an extra spell, but that's kind of what I was kind of up against.
Yeah.
So I was like,
I think they were great wishes. You guys used them to build the story, to get more lore, and basically you guys took easy access to some of the deeper portions of what's going on. To be honest, a decent portion of that, like the ritual for the Avatar of Yak, that was supposed to be Arc 3 of the trilogy where that came out. I had no intention of that happening during this campaign.
Holy shit.
You just skipped like 70 levels to that information. And that will have ramifications, not just in this campaign, but in the campaigns between now and the final arc of the Forgotten Deity trilogy.
You know what? As I was actually thinking, I wish I could have said I wanted to be a T-Rex. I should have said I want to be a T-Rex.
You can be a T-Rex.
We're through it.
Eventually.
You see a T-Rex.
Eventually, but if I wished for it, I could have actually probably got it.
That would have had the very obvious, very direct ramifications of your race changes to T-Rex, and you become incapable of casting any of your spells.
Right.
You'd be able to turn into other animals, none of which can cast your spells.
I'm glad I did take it though.
Yeah, that one, unfortunately, that's just what you wished for. Like, that's not me trying to be a dick at that point.
Right.
That was just the only way that would be able to go. But yeah, right. I like asking every time someone experiences the wishing well for the first time. I like to ask just to see where it sits. I've gotten mostly good feedback along the way. So I'm glad you guys liked it. I think the lore dump was a really fun one. Things like the purple portals are the fourth wall itself. It's really fun lore. And the whole fourth wall break, and that's what the portals are. At no point did that ever have to come up. That is deep lore. That's like explaining the inner workings of why magic works on like a cellular level. Like, yes, I have lore for that. I'm glad you guys are finding it.
That's what's going to make Finnegan perfect for like the next campaign.
Yeah,
because he's an interdimensional traveler, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
But all in all, I really do like it. I think it's like a really good feature to actually have for like when we complete tasks and stuff, or like if we do a really good job.
Yeah,
it's a great reward.
There are so many ways you can reward, and I think especially since you guys are kind of coming up on not really like the quarter mark quite, but you guys are in the first quarter, and that's a great place, I think, to put the wishing well. It sets expectations, guidelines. It lets you guys put yourselves in the position you choose, essentially, for going forward.
It puts us to level 5. Is that what you said?
No, not quite. You will reach level 5 as soon as you exit these tunnels. The moment you go back outside of this cavernous area, back out onto the Highroad area, you will reach level 5.
Guys, I swear to fucking God, if we walk through this area and the exit is right through the next place that we can move in.
Turns out the exit was actually in between the second area and the first area. If you had just gone forward through that room where you found Twilight the second time, that's where the exit was. But you missed it because of the way you did it.
That's fucked up.
No, I'm just saying, if we start the next episode and walk through an archway, it's like, okay.
I'm kind of excited now because of my wish. I know it was like very flippant of Wrath to wish for that, but it sets up, if he survives this, then he's just gonna travel like for as long as he's left on this or on any plane of existence. He's just gonna travel and protect roads. Like he's just maybe he'll become a deity of roads or traveling.
And this is lore that really, honestly, this is metagaming and is probably a good point of contention to, not a point of contention, a point to metagame within all these campaigns. We have a deity list, but there are creatures and such that have ascended to deific status. They're not actual deities, but they are deific beings.
Right.
And Wrath, this is worth noting very specifically for Wrath, because that's what the Kraken's entire goal is. It gets followers, it feeds off that energy, it is trying to become a deity. The same way Vecna works.
Ooh.
So, it is possible for creatures to reach a deific state. They may not be actual deities, people may not actually worship them as a whole, but they are on that level of being a deity.
Nice.
Nick standing in the corner doing finger guns right now, like, hey!
Yeah. So we'll wrap up the live stream here. Again, thank you all for joining us, Chocobos and Moogles. We will be back next week. I was lazy and I didn't start on cropping down the Fog Survivors episode. I meant to. I started it today. So hopefully that'll be done by next Friday too, so you guys can get a nice clean episode instead of that live cut of that campaign. Since we're only doing one a month, it'll be easier for me to edit it down. Yeah, so we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Before everybody goes,
Star has something to say.
Did the end chat go?